Tornadoes tearing apart buildings, downing power lines and closing roads, while an early heat wave brings dangerously high temperatures. Al's got the full forecast. Then nature's Ozempic, the dietary supplement berberine, taking the internet by storm. Users saying it curbs hunger naturally. So what is it, and does it really work? Dr. John Torres is here to break it down. Plus, I don't. Wedding season in full swing, so we are bringing in the experts with 5 things they would never do, from guest etiquette to setting a budget to what couples should talk about before they walk down the aisle. We've got all the answers. And outside Chance. Chance the Rapper taking over our plaza for the very first time, getting ready to play some new music along with some of his biggest hits. So get ready to party today, Thursday, June 15th, 2023.
Here from Atlanta, Lubbock, Texas, Woodbury, Connecticut, and Philly to spend our Thursday with Chance the Rapper.
Today's my 12th birthday.
We took a chance on love.
And now we're celebrating our 10th anniversary.
Here for my first concert
From Boston, first in line for Chance the Rapper. Ready for Chance the Rapper?
All right, we're back 8/12 with a special Summer of Love edition of today's 5 things. With wedding season kicking off, we're turning to the pros this morning when it comes to planning for that big day, etiquette, and of course, relationships. These experts are here to share the things they would never do when it comes to weddings based on their expertise. So first up, we have Eyal Tesler, owner of Tesler Events here in New York City. He has been in the wedding planning industry for 30 years. Eyal, good morning. Good to see you. Happy June. You have 5 tips for us. This first one caught my eye. Never overestimate your guest list. I would think, well, play it safe.
Well, when you plan your wedding, you want to know how many people you're going to have. Most of the venues that you're going to go to will hold you for the minimum guarantee. You don't want to end up paying for guests that are not coming. So always have a number, make sure that you're comfortable, get a little bit less, because once you get the RSVPs, you'll have less people.
So better to say, to kind of underestimate the number, because they'll always let you add more, but once you've committed to that high number, you can't go under.
You're not going to get it back.
Got it. Never build your wedding budget as you go.
That's a very big one. You should not go and start adding and adding and adding. You should have a budget in mind. Look at it like as a pie and slice it as you go.
Oh, much smarter. Okay, never go rogue with the wedding menu. Really don't get creative?
Well, you can get creative. You can push the envelope a little bit, but you're still trying to entertain 100 to 300 people.
Yeah.
And you want to make sure that you serve the right thing. While sushi is becoming more mainstream, you probably don't want to serve a beef tartare to 100 people.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, never pick big flower arrangements for tables. They're so pretty, Eyal. Why not?
They are beautiful, but you also want to make sure that your guests are able to talk to each other, to see each other, to converse. There are places for other big flower arrangement in your venue, not in your guest space.
Okay, so flowers on the table are okay, but make them shorties so you can look across and talk to each other.
Flowers, candles, but just you're able to see each other.
Finally, never dismiss a plan B. What do you mean by that?
Well, Mama Nature does her own thing.
Yes.
So even though you have this beautiful idea of your ceremony outdoors, it can rain, it can be hot, it can be cold, and you're always have to have the other plan, what we call the plan B, where you can have as beautiful of a wedding indoors and still have a beautiful time.
Okay, some clients, some brides, they have an idea in their mind and they don't want to change it, but you got to have a backup plan.
Absolutely.
All right, Eyal, thank you so much. Hoda, to you.
Hey, honey, I'm here with Daniel Post, sending the great-great-grandson of Emily Post, so he knows his stuff, and the co-president of the Emily Post Etiquette Institute. He's got 5 tips on what he would never do as a wedding guest. And Dan, these are all really important ones. You say you should never, ever bring your children to a wedding if they have not been invited?
Well, the key there is if they haven't been invited.
Yeah.
I know my kids are perfect and everyone would want them with me all the time, but
Yeah.
if they haven't been explicitly invited, you don't want to bring your children.
Can you ask and say, look, I don't think I can get a sitter. Do you mind if I bring them? Or is that also a no-no?
You can ask if you're confused if they're invited, but you don't ask for permission to bring them.
Okay, this is a big one. Do not post your videos or pictures on social media before the bride or bridegroom has a chance, if asked.
Absolutely. Some people want a social wedding. Good
Yeah.
indications that they do. They've got a hashtag or a place to share your photos.
Sure.
But other people really want to keep that moment private or more intimate. So you want to follow the etiquettes, the little signs that you see. If there's a sign that says no cell phones or leave your cell phone behind, you want to observe
Okay,
it.
and if there's no indication of yes or no, is it okay to post, do you think?
I would ask first.
Ask first,
But you
okay.
can watch the crowd and watch the bride and groom for cues.
This is a big one. Sometimes single girls are invited to a wedding and they're dating someone and they don't get a +1 on the invite, and they say like, but I have this really cool boyfriend who I'd like to bring to this wedding, and they get upset about that.
Yeah. As understandable as that is, the good advice is to never be bothered or offended by anything that happens with an invitation that's been sent to you. A lot of hard decisions go into making those guest lists, and it's hard to understand every one of those.
And often it's financial. It's like, I cannot have additional guests. I'm tapped out. All right. Never announce big news that you might be having at someone else's wedding.
Absolutely not.
I'm engaged.
As
Yeah.
tempting as it is, all your friends and family
We're
are there.
pregnant. Yeah,
Or
yeah.
worse yet, a proposal at a wedding.
Oh.
Keep the focus on the
On
couple.
the bride. Okay. And the last one, you say never forget to send a gift. Is it true about the 1 year, you have a year to send it?
You do have a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Try not to push all of those limits to the maximum, even if you're not invited. I say it's a get to, not a have to. You
Okay.
get to send a gift. It's
You
a way
get
you
to.
could participate in some way, even if you can't make it in person.
Good. All good things. Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. Craig, over to you.
All right, Hoda, thank you. I'm here with relationship therapist Dr. R.G. Allen Wilson, 25 years of experience behind her. She's also the author of Courageous Conversations Connect. And we're going to focus on the 5 things that she would never do before getting married. And this first one, very important. Don't you get hitched if you haven't talked about money.
Absolutely, Craig. Money is key, right? And people have a hard time talking about it because they feel like it's nosy or it's impolite.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is we have different value systems for money. So we got to figure out what those similarities are, those differences. And fun fact, leading cause of divorce.
Yeah.
So if you don't talk about money on the front end, you're going to have to deal with the costs on the back end.
You also contend that you should never get married before you talk about the idea of having children.
Yeah, I mean, that's really key because a lot of times we think people will change their minds and then, after the marriage and then they don't. And so you've got to really be clear. Ask the question up front.
Okay.
And then have the conversation about whether or not you want to table that till a little bit later.
Okay.
And also a good tip to that is that parenting styles.
Yes.
Another leading cause of having friction in a marriage. So you want to talk about those parenting styles and then revisit it down the line.
As someone who's been married for just over a decade now, I'm not sure how realistic this third one is, but you maintain that you should never go to bed angry.
Yeah, listen, tomorrow's not promised to any of us.
Yeah.
Do not go to bed angry. That doesn't mean that you don't feel that emotion, but try to bracket that so that you can focus on the cuddle time or the conversation about the day. You can do the 24 to 48 hour follow-up with whatever the issue is. But don't go to bed angry. It's not good.
Explain this fourth one to us here. Never let third parties weigh in.
Yeah. The biggest voice in your head when you're married, after your marriage, should be your partner. And you need to be able to have a healthy conversation. We call it a courageous conversation. Good, bad, or indifferent, other people can't be weighing in on that. And if the one person does weigh on it, it has to be a confidant that wants your relationship to win.
And your last never is never ignore the love tank. What's the love tank?
We got to fill up the love tank, right? The 5 love languages are acts of service, quality time, gift giving, words of affirmation, and physical touch. So fill up those love tanks, right? Because if you don't, then what you're going to have is a lot of deficit. And a fun fact and a quick tip, write down your love languages and then give it to your partner as a good cheat sheet.
All right,
Right?
Dr. RG.
Keep it going.
I always value your opinion because your husband comes in, he's always smiling.
Yeah, our love tank is filled
Always
up.
full. Always full. Thank you, and thanks to all of our experts. And by the way, looking ahead to our third hour, we're going to focus a little bit more on the cost of wedding season for couples and their guests.
Look at this crowd, and they're all here for one man. He is here with us right now, Chance the Rapper, about to music out here. Hi, how you feeling?
Yeah. I mean, we got a great crowd for you. And the other thing I love about you is this little bromance that you and Carson have.
Oh my God, right here.
Buds, man.
Oh my God.
He's your guy.
Well, his music's incredible, but him as a person, what he does, the way he thinks as a human, it's incredible, man.
Well, we're going to visit with you, Chance. We're going to talk about the album. We're going to talk about your time on The Voice with Carson, and you're going to show us some great music. We can't wait.
Cannot wait. First Plaza concert. Glad we finally got you.
Love it.
Here we are. Y'all ready?
Finally.
Yes.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
And we are back with a big day on our plaza. Chance the Rapper's fans have been waiting all morning long for this concert.
We're going to get to his performance in a second, but first some highlights from this young man's incredible career.
Montage.
Chance the Rapper has taken the music industry by storm with hits like Hot Shower.
Hot water, hot shower.
And No Problem. With his coloring book mixtape in 2016, Chance made history as the first streaming artist ever to debut in the Billboard Top 10 and the first to win a Grammy. With Time magazine naming Chance one of the most influential people in the world. He's also collaborated with some of music's biggest names, including DJ Khaled.
Okay, though. Plug, I'm the plug for.
And Justin Bieber.
I know we believe in God, and I know God believes in us. Hold me.
Chance also gives back through social works, engaging youth in his hometown of Chicago. And this past season, he paid it forward as a coach on The Voice.
I want you to win this show, and I want you on Team Chance, man.
And ahead of his next highly anticipated album, Starline Gallery, this morning, Chance the Rapper is on our city concert stage to rock the plaza.
And let's do it. The time has arrived with his hit single, No Problem. Give it up for Chance the Rapper.
You don't want zero problems, big
New York! We're gonna bounce. Y'all know what to do. Here we go. If one label stop me, it's gonna be shake my other hand. Millie rockin', scooping all the blessings on my love. Girl, I know you tried to cheat, you should've never took a nap. Hey, what wrong with you? What you were thinking, what you thought it was? You thought that taught to make a layman fall in love. Not me, though. You can keep on falling at your hair like Craig did. Don't tweak. It's never sweet. Why? My shooters come for free, so if
One more label try to stop me, it's gonna be some drugs.
hey, pull up in the new damn
There he is, Chance the Rapper. A lot more music coming where that came from, so stick around. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Beautiful Thursday morning.
It is the one, the only Chance the Rapper is here. We are so pumped up, Chance. By the way, your very first time performing on our plaza. How did this feel so far?
It's crazy. The energy is so live. Shout out to this crowd here. New York City, we in the house.
New York feels like Chicago for just one morning.
Yeah, straight up.
Man, it's been 10 years since Acid Rap came out. We talk about a lot, like how you came up in 2013. It's so unconventional, man. You didn't rely on radio. You didn't do it. Yeah. You did it all yourself. How's your music evolved?
It's changed a lot. The thing that remained the same, the reason why I was able to be so successful is because all these people here, like the people that listen to my mixtapes, like Acid Rap was counterculture. So I appreciate everybody that made that project so popular, held on to it and loved it for 10 years. And now we got the show at Barclays coming up, the 10-year reunion show. And I'm just blessed. I'm happy to be
You have a heart of gold, Chance. You do so much for your community in Chicago. You're doing incredible work. Will you tell everybody about the album art that you're doing? Because you're really taking this in a new direction. I think it's so cool.
No, I'd love to. Yeah, we were just talking about it yesterday. I did a talk at Tribeca, but I've been filming music videos for my new project, and all the videos contain our collaborations with fine artists, visual artists that have been painting the different covers for my new songs. So a song I'm going to perform tonight, actually, The Highs and the Lows, is a collaboration with Joey Badass, who's from New York City. You know what I'm saying? Brooklyn Stand Up. But also, it's a collaboration with Giannis David Gabinga, who's an amazing Canadian photographer who did the cover art for the piece. And so that piece and all the other new songs that I've been putting together have been, you know, a work of collaboration.
You got 2 kids, Father's Day, just a couple days out. Chance. What's the plan? How do you want to spend Sunday?
I don't know. I deserve a back row of a song.
Yes,
Chance the Rapper, the dad want for Father's Day.
Yeah.
I'm all good. Yeah, if I could get some pancakes or something, that'd be great.
Peace and quiet.
Yeah, you know. Just
All right.
all want.
What song are you going to perform now, Chance?
I'm gonna do the highs and the lows. That's a new record. That's
All
a new record we just
right.
dropped last year with Joey Badass and Giannis David Gabinga.
All right, take it away, Chance.
Thank
do
you.
it.
Oh.
Listen. The highs and the lows. The highs, the lows. I'm an emotional roller coaster. Where high so high I could put bowl on a poster. But when the bread get low, like 4 loaves in a toaster, or the shoulders can't get cold as 10 toes in Nova Scotia. Some days I hold a grudge, some days I holy ghost her. Some days I just ghost her. Some days I'm supposed to. The crib felt like a gunfight, but them strollers, that's the holster. We can make amends over old memes and mimosas. My mama know I ain't make my bed, but I'ma lay in it. Whether it's sandpaper, suede linen, whether I'm alone, a Creole lady marmalade in it. The same pajamas I was afraid in. A boogeyman slave, my blankets concealed a blade in it. Emotional seesaw with 2 fat muff with strong knees and free fall. It's cloudy with a chance of meatballs. I checked the weather. I gave all my vices a call. Let's get together to talk about the highs and lows, the ups and downs. Pain, the friends that I had to hide to come around. They told me that I knew you always come around, come around, come around, come around, come around. To work out the highs and lows, the ups and downs. No need to hide, the sky is coming down. Go and get high, I promise you're coming down. Coming down, coming down, coming down. When it's hard to keep your eyes on the road, and you pay your backs on the road. You gotta take the highs with the lows. You gotta take the highs with the lows. You're lost and you're running out of hope. You're looking for the best way to go. Just know we all been there before. If you feel me, hands up, all the way up to the sky. Say, to talk about the highs and lows, the ups and downs. No, that I to come around. You always come around, come around, come around. Hey, to work out the highs and lows, the ups and downs. No need to hide, the skies is coming down. I promise you're coming down, coming down, coming down, coming down, coming down.
Chance the Rapper, and don't go anywhere. He'll be back with another unforgettable performance in just a moment. But first, this is Today on NBC.
You made it. Yes. Welcome back.
television.
It is our Thursday morning concert from Chance the Rapper. It is far from over. You made it. You're good?
Let's throw it back to the first mixtape.
Yeah.
Let's do it. First mixtape. This is the one that landed him not 1, not 2, but 3 Grammys, including Best New Artist and Best Rap Album. Here he is with Same Drugs.
Woo!
All right. We don't do the same drugs no more. We don't do the same drugs, no more. She don't do the same drugs no more. We don't do the same drugs no more. When did you change? When do you age? I thought you'd never grow up. I thought you'd never. Window closed. Wendy got old. I was too late. A shadow of what I once was. 'Cause we don't do the same drugs no more. We don't do the same drugs no more. And she don't laugh the same way no more. We don't do the same drugs no more. Where did you go? Why did you stay? You must have lost your marbles. You always were so forgetful. In a hurry. Don't wait up. I was too late. The shadow of what I once was. 'Cause we don't do what we say we're gonna. You were always perfect, and I was only practice. Don't you miss the days? Stranger, don't you miss the days? Don't you miss the danger? We don't do the same drugs no more. We don't do the same drugs no more. 'Cause she don't laugh the same way no more. We don't do the same drugs no more. That's right, play the piano, girl. New York City. And make some noise if you still know how to train. Look at where we at, y'all. Don't forget the happy thoughts. All you need is happy thoughts. The past tense, past bedtime. Way back when everything we read was real and everything we said. Why die kids being kids? Why did you stop? What did you do to your head? Where did you go to end up? Right back here. When did you start to forget? Works like a magic trick. We don't, don't you call up. Don't you bleed on up. Stay in the
Chance!
Chance the Rapper. Rapper. Come on, that was amazing.
Give it up for Chance's band.
You're amazing, too.
Thank you for the accompaniment. My goodness.
Beautiful.
Shout out to my people.
Hit that note.
Your
I was in
backup
church.
singers are amazing,
That
too.
was a moment.
Amazing.
Chance, you are a delight. I know we got more music coming up. How fun to have you here. How was it being with this guy on The Voice? Did you love your time
Amazing.
on The
That's my
Voice?
best friend.
Aw.
4L.
All right, guys.
Forever.
Forever. All right, guys. First, your local news and weather. Thank you, Chance.
Thank you, Chance.
Good job, man.
Still on the TV, so I don't know what to say. We're television land.
This morning on the third hour of Today, scam warning.
She says, Mom, these bad men have me. Help me, help me, help me.
How crooks are using artificial intelligence to trick our ears and steal our cash, and the simple ways we can outsmart the bad guys. Then it's wedding season. By the numbers, breaking down all the costs, how much guests are giving, and the most popular wedding song. And actor Annie Murphy is live in studio, sharing her star-studded new animated movie. And a look back on her breakout role. Plus, don't miss this chance. Grammy winner, trailblazer, Chance the Rapper, live, rocking the plaza and performing one of his biggest hits, Just For Us. Today, Thursday, June 15th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today. We've got our fantastic Plaza crowd. And this is the best Thursday ever because we got the man of the hour. Ladies and gentlemen, Chance the Rapper. Yes. This is your first concert here on the...
This is my first time. It's amazing.
How's it feel?
It's very cool.
And
Shout out to
intimate.
everybody. Yeah, it is.
I was just asking Chance, I'm like, what does it feel like when everybody's like, like to your face? Like,
Yeah.
like everybody's smiling. Like, look,
I get
everybody's
anxiety, to be honest, but it's all good because it's love, yeah.
Speaking of love, there's one person out here who may love you more than just about anybody
Let me
else
tell you.
outside
Yes.
your family. I want to introduce you to a young lady named Erin.
Okay.
Erin, for those who stream, she is in the top 0.001% of all your listeners. And
Oh my gosh.
Is that like, what's your favorite track?
All of them. It's the whole
That
progression.
means you're
I love
listening all day,
everything.
every day.
Yes.
Wow. Where'd you come in from?
Virginia.
Came in from Virginia. You want to take a quick selfie with Chance?
I would love nothing.
Would you take a quick selfie with your top fan? Get your phone ready now.
There you go.
Don't waste your shot, Aaron. Don't waste your shot. Here we go. Here we go.
1,
Look at that.
2, 3. Yay!
There you go. Well, let's head inside.
It's a lot of streaming.
Yeah.
So when do you start on your concert tour?
I'm playing actually in New York very soon at the Barclays
Barclays.
Center
Yeah.
in Brooklyn, yeah. And then I go to Los Angeles, then back to Chicago.
Right. Are you going to be home for Father's Day?
Yeah, I am gonna be home for Father's Day.
And what do you want for Father's?
Oh, that's a good question.
Some rest, man. Let me get that nap.
Perfect
we all going
Father's Day
through?
gift. And you said some pancakes too, right?
Yeah, some pancakes to wake up to and then to go directly back to sleep.
All right.
You know what to do.
How do
How
you?
old are the kids now?
My kids are 3 and 7.
3 and 7.
Perfect.
How do you decompress? Some people do spas. Some people do. What do you do?
I take a nap.
Okay,
typically.
naps are good.
All
I'm a
right.
nap kind of guy.
Well, we're going to let you rest up in the
You
green
take a
room.
nap.
in my green room.
Okay,
Yeah.
see you,
I'll
Chance.
go
We'll
to
see
your
you
green
back
room.
in just a little bit.
I'll see y'all.
All right, there you go. Chance the Rapper. Love it.
That was fun.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was fun.
you know?
It always first of all, welcome to our home.
I know.
We're bringing
By the
you
way,
behind
kudos
the scenes.
kudos to our Steadicam operator, Jason, who has
Jason.
managed
Like
to walk
been walking
half-
backwards.
And his
Michael,
cable Michael guy.
Oh, you guys
walking
can come.
backwards for
Cable guy
like a
Mike.
mile.
All
kinda
right,
feel
so
like you
here's
should
the deal.
moonwalk.
In the meantime, we'll talk about this severe weather we have
Yeah.
been seeing. We had tornadoes overnight, dangerous stuff. We had a derecho,
Yeah.
which is a line of winds 80 miles per hour or more, traveling more than 400 miles. So this is a mess, and we've got more of this today. In fact, going right on into the weekend. You can see hail.
that.
We had a lot of hail going on, and strong winds, tornadoes, torrential rainfall. There were some flood watches out for today into tonight, which is when we're most concerned. We got 19 million million people at risk from Dodge City down to Wichita Falls. That's the most dangerous area, stretching all the way down to the panhandle of Florida. The other big problem, hail. Tennis ball size hail. Oklahoma City, Dodge City, Wichita Falls, Dublin, Shreveport, all the way to Mobile, Alabama, Panama City. So we're going to be watching this, and this is going to continue right on into the holiday weekend.
We were just talking about that. We're on alert, in fact, for the weather this holiday weekend. But we're also watching that major travel situation here in the Northeast. In fact, crews are working very quickly on I-95. We talked about that, but the road, as of this morning, still remains shut down in Philadelphia after that truck fire destroyed an overpass. Let's go out to NBC's Emily Akeda. She's live on the latest on that cleanup. Good morning to you.
Guys, good morning. Well, you can see the rush to rebuild playing out behind me. Crews, as you said, are working around the clock and now live streaming their progress. They're expected today to finish demolishing what's left of I-95, a critical thoroughfare that really was just scorched to pieces earlier this week from a fiery tanker crash. Officials say they are already ahead of schedule on that front, but they would not give an estimated timeline around when people would be able to return to, again, this artery, this major thoroughfare on I-95. They will begin backfilling the massive gap and paving 6 lanes of roadway as a temporary solution, and then they will construct the more permanent overpass around it. Of the 160,000 vehicles that rely on this section of I-95 every single day, about 14,000 of those are trucks, and now they're facing more than 40 miles of detours, and that's driving a little bit of a supply chain crunch, according to the American Trucking Association. The Transportation Secretary telling me that could even push up the prices of goods in parts of the Northeast region. Both truckers and commuters alike are feeling the pinch. Some people saying that their typical routes have more than doubled in time, and impacts that many people are expected to feel for the weeks, if not months, to come. Guys?
All right, Emily, thank you. Hopefully they can get that. That's going to be a challenge.
That's really scary.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, let's turn now to another eye-opening story. This is we've been warning you about how scammers are using artificial intelligence now to trick people. NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen actually talked to one mom who nearly fell victim. She's here with some ways to protect ourselves, a warning for everyone out there. This is a wild story.
Yeah. Oh, good morning. It really is, and you have to hear it to believe it. Good morning. These calls are so convincing because that voice on the other end of the phone sounds so real. And the problem is, experts say this new AI technology is cheap and easy to use, but there are some steps you can take to protect yourself.
With just a few seconds of audio, new artificial intelligence software can clone a person's voice.
As an actor, I pretend for a living.
As an actor, I pretend for a living.
And a scammer can make it say anything. The Federal Trade Commission issuing a recent warning that voice cloning technology is making family emergency scams more convincing. Just last month, several Oregon school districts warned parents about a spate of fake kidnapping calls. A recent global survey showed 1 in 4 people saying they've experienced an AI voice cloning scam or knew someone who had.
I got a phone call from an unknown number, and so I pick up the phone and I say hello. And my daughter Brianna says, "Mom," and she's crying and sobbing.
Jennifer DeStefano says she was convinced her 15-year-old daughter Brianna had been kidnapped.
And she says, "Mom, these bad men have me. Help me, help me, help me." She fades off as the man takes over the phone and says, "Listen here, I've got your daughter."
She says the scammer threatened to harm her daughter unless she sent him $1 million.
How much did it sound like your daughter?
It sounded, I never doubted it was her. I had a full conversation with her. It was the way she cries, it was the way she sobs, it was the way she would respond to me.
Jennifer was able to connect with her husband, who confirmed Brianna was safe. After warning her friends and neighbors, Jennifer says she's heard about hundreds of similar incidents.
Whether it was a kidnapping, whether it was an accident, they were in jail, all these different types of scenarios.
We're going to have a completely new group of scammers and threat actors.
Wasim Khalid is CEO and co-founder of Blackbird AI.
I saw that some of these voice cloning programs are as cheap as $5 a month, and you can take someone's voice off of a social media video, use AI, and make that voice say whatever you want it to do. Is that really happening?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's basically the revolution in AI over the last 6 months. The key takeaway here is generative AI is going to be the catalyst to drive misinformation, disinformation, and warped realities further and faster than we've ever seen before.
He says if you get a suspicious call about a family emergency, first authenticate the person by having them confirm information only you two would know. Have a private safe word for your family, and have someone else call your loved one's actual phone number. Because with AI, what you see and hear is not always what you get.
And Jennifer actually spoke about AI on Capitol Hill this week. She wants Congress to figure out how to regulate it. But really, the bottom line here is if you get a call like this, the message is verify that caller. And by the way, it's going to be even more convincing when these scammers start using videos and photos. They can really chat with you through like a FaceTime call, and it's going to look very real.
She's right, though. We've got to, every time we do one of these AI stories, it becomes glaringly obvious that lawmakers they have to figure out a way to regulate the industry.
And not wait until it's, I mean, we're already seeing these, micro emergencies, but until something even bigger happens.
Yeah, no, they are not equipped to move fast. Congress is a slow-moving body. So as consumers, it's incumbent on us, too.
And you're giving it credit that it actually moves slowly.
Sometimes it doesn't move.
Thank you, Vicki. Okay. Vic, thanks so much. Coming up, it's wedding season. By the numbers. We're going to break down all of the costs, how much guests can expect to pay, and the most popular wedding song. Then a little later, Annie Murphy's here. All right. We love when she stops by. You can hear about her fun new movie and memories from S Creek. Third hour of today. I'll be right back.
I thought we could say it now.
Well, I think we're saving that for later.
Oh, okay.
We are back with our series By the Numbers, just in time for wedding season. This year, more than 2 million wedding receptions are expected to take place.
Wow.
So here to tell us how much couples are spending and share some fun wedding facts, we have NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
I know you're an expert on this topic, all things marriage, engagement, all these things.
All those things.
So before we get to marriage, let's talk about engagement costs. Even just to get engaged, people are spending money.
Yeah, well, I've got some numbers here. So $6,000, this is the average engagement ring cost. So very expensive. Of course, you can get cheaper options if you go lab grown or other options there. But look, I've got some other interesting stats here. The average engagement, this is not the engagement period, rather, but this is 15 months. Well, that is actually the average engagement period. That comes from the knot. But interestingly, 54% of couples have been together for much longer than that, right? So 5+ years before they ultimately get engaged. And then the most common month to get engaged is in December. In the winter, people like to, well, a lot of engagement photos, right, you see out in the park, but a lot of people like to do it in the winter.
Yeah,
maybe that's the reason why, Craig.
I thought it was like cuddle season. It's like cold outside, you want to cuddle.
Cuddle season is a good answer.
Is a thing.
But again, 15%, and again, these statistics come from the knot as well as Zola.
I got engaged in January 1st.
Really?
Okay.
Well, there you go.
That's how you started the year off right.
Unconventional.
Look
Unconventional.
at this. Let's talk about the price of a wedding. First of all, the banquet halls, the receptions, it adds up.
Yeah, the average cost, $30,000 for everything to put a wedding together. And it's going to be more expensive depending on where you are. In New York, $60,000. That's the statistic there. But look, the average venue cost $11,200. That's the most expensive thing when it comes to putting one of these together. And then look, for the photographer, right? $2,500. That's the average, again, coming from Zola and also the knot. And then 115 guests on average. A lot of people wondering, what is a big or a small wedding? 115 is apparently the average in terms of the size. It sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about those guests that you invite.
Let's talk about
it. How much on average do they spend?
Yeah, so for the people that aren't spending thousands and putting G's down for the actual wedding itself, the people just to visit, right? It's going to cost you $611 per event. That's according to Bankrate. And that includes things like travel accommodation, gifts, and attire. These figures here that I have that also come from Bankrate, this is actually for the entire wedding season, not per event. $456 per season that people are spending just to get to the venue. $320 on gifts. The average gift per event is about $180. That's good to know. Again, that's not an obligation. That's just a guideline. $274 for attire and grooming. But a lot of people saying, look, we want to become a little bit more financially conservative. 36% of people saying as they go and try to visit a wedding, try to pare back a little bit on those expenditures. In some cases, maybe try to drive instead of fly to save money.
Okay. So what are some of the other numbers that are associated with these?
Yeah, we got a fun number of other miscellaneous numbers. So September 23rd, that is the most popular date in 2023 to get married.
September is a big month.
September's a big one. A lot of people want to time it with the Earth, Wind, and Fire song, September 21st. 23rd might be somewhere close to that, right?
Okay.
91% of couples will have a first dance. 7% will sign a prenup.
What was your first dance song?
Time After Time.
Time After Time.
Ours
That's a
was
good one.
It's so funny. September 1st. We had September when we had the bridesmaids come out.
Oh, you did?
Horns.
I mean, people love that song.
Right.
But
What was yours?
Mama Told Me Not to Come. No,
it was like, yo.
Three Dog Night. No, it was unforgettable by Nat King Cole.
Well, actually, I think that our
What's funny
last
is Nat
number,
King Cole was actually there to sing.
Oh, you're not even right.
You got
Wait, did you say
big
first
booking.
song?
Well done.
Big booking.
Well done. Well played. Well played.
We are off the rails, I think. Now. Well, yo, we got one big number. No, actually, this is fitting in the theme. It is the top song for weddings in 2023. Does anyone? Can anyone guess what the song is this year? It's not gonna be Nat King Cole. Any guesses?
Probably like I got nothing.
Okay, it's Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran. Yeah, perfect. You look perfect.
There you go.
Right? No,
Decent little singing voice there.
Like I can grab the mic. I can do a solo right now. I can do a solo right now.
Oh, that was your first dance song. I thought you guys were saying what was the first song played. Ours was Luther Vandross.
Which one?
The first dance was Luther.
Love has truly been good.
I thought Luther sang it.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much. As always.
We're here till Thursday.
Annie Murphy's over there. She's like, this is terrible.
What is happening right now?
Don't judge us by this, Annie.
Annie is going
Please.
to, hopefully Annie stays, and she's going to talk to us about her brand new projects that are very different. And then later, we're going to take you shopping on Shop All Day. Perfect summer accessories, like the kitten heel flip-flop that you're going to see everywhere this season. We're going to make you hip.
You're sweating like I am. I'll tell you why.
It's getting hot here. Why is it so hot here?
I was worried for a split second. I'm going to wait till we go to commercial. This morning, we are catching up with just a fan-favorite actor who starred, of course, on one of the biggest comedies in recent years.
Annie Murphy won an Emmy Award for her breakout performance as Alexis Rose on Schitt's Creek.
Well, now Annie is starring in Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken. She plays the new girl in school, Chelsea, who's ready to save the day and has a little bit of a secret as well.
Oh my gosh, hey, Chelsea? How are you even down here? Because I'm a mother flippin' mermaid. I figured I owed you an underwater rescue since I kinda sorta 100% got credit for yours.
Time for the Gordon Special! Surprise! It's a bomb!
Oh, we should get going. Or like die. Your call.
So cute. I love it.
Morning.
Hi.
Good to have you back.
Thank you so much for having me back.
I can already tell my 6-year-old daughter's going to love this.
It's a really cute, good one.
But it's your first animated film,
Yeah.
right? Why did you want to take on Chelsea?
Well, I've never played someone evil before.
Oh.
It felt like shockingly good. I also had never, I hadn't done voice work, and with voice work, I realized you can kind of go in at like 12. Level 12 and in your pajamas, which is like really appealing.
Yes.
And then they can get you to dial it down after that. But you can rarely go in and like film acting at a 12.
Yeah.
And so it felt good.
I love the idea, a teenage Kraken, release the Kraken. It's really kind of cute. I saw the trailer just last weekend. And you've got this great voice cast that's working with you. Lana Condor, Toni Collette, you got Jane Fonda. But when you're doing voice work, you don't get to work with them.
No.
You're in a booth by yourself.
It was like 4-hour chunks in a vocal booth alone. And so I still haven't met anybody.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
And so I'm a little worried I'm going to be fangirly because I meet them next week at the premiere. And
That's
so
so fun.
Trying to get my nerves in check.
I love that. So you're in another buzzy project, a new season of Black Mirror. I don't want to mess it up. So you play a woman who finds her life has been turned into a TV show without her knowledge.
Yes.
Did I kind of set that up right?
You set that up as
and then
well as
she's
you
being played by Selma Hayek.
I know. I'm so excited about it. And I think you've put it perfectly, because if you say too much about it, it's Black Mirror. So it's just like reveal after reveal after reveal. But it's one of the more comedic episodes, which I was really appreciative of, because,
it can be dark.
It can fill you
What a range, though.
Existential dread. And so this was one of the lighter ones.
We were actually just talking about artificial intelligence earlier in the show, and talk of AI is a major part of the episode.
Huge.
Could you see that plot perhaps playing out in real life?
I think it is playing out in real life, which is, it's a spooky thing. And I hope that this episode can kind of spark some conversation about the repercussions of AI that could happen if we don't if we're not thoughtful about it.
Yeah. Speaking of talking about it, people still talk about Schitt's Creek. I mean, they loved this show. What is it like being part of something that is still so beloved by people, even though it's been off the air in first run for a while now?
I mean, it was like such a lightning in a bottle experience, and realizing that this is a show that's become a comfort show to people. Like mine is The Office, and it's gotten me through really sad, tough times. And to realize that Schitt's Creek has become that show for a lot of people, it really means a lot.
Can I tell you part of the reason why? Speaking of legacies, one of the biggest marks you left on the show was your character song, A Little Bit Alexis. I was listening to it this morning in my dressing room. Wait, let's play a little clip just in case if people haven't heard it.
Oh, wait.
When they drive my car, an expensive sushi, and a huge yacht.
You can see how it became catchy, right? I just found out you wrote that song. Did you write that song?
I wrote it with two of my best friends.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And I also came up with the choreography by myself.
Oh, nice.
And here's the thing. It was like, not a joke, but it actually charted at 21 on Billboard. On the dance and electronic song chart. Yeah. You had a Billboard hit. Look at this.
That's
it was
funny.
a hit.
That's great.
Isn't that funny?
I don't actually know if I knew that.
We're telling you. Yeah, it charted.
What is your initial reaction to that?
I mean, that's not something I ever expected to have happen in this lifetime. So thanks, guys.
That's how Grammy careers are started.
Came to the reveal.
Do you if there was a reboot or a reunion, would you be open?
Of course.
Come on.
Of course I would. Of course I would.
Any talk?
No talk. I'm still waiting to hear.
Not even a text thread?
I mean, there's a text thread.
Okay.
But not specifically about a potential.
I feel like that would be a fun.
I think you get that started.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like that would be a fun text thread too. You guys?
It's a good group.
Yeah.
It's a really good group.
Probably a lot of not suitable for work conversations.
That is correct.
Annie Murphy, thank you.
Thank you guys so
Always
much.
a treat. Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken, in theaters on June 30th. It's from DreamWorks Animation and, of course, Universal Pictures, part of our parent company, NBC Universal. And you can catch Black Mirror out right now on Netflix.
Well, when we come back, it's a summer edition of Shop All Day. Craig, we're told that you want to hear about this. this. Towels that promise to keep you cool. I'm in. Use these. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
And then later, Chance the Rapper live in studio, talking new music and an epic Plaza concert. And he's got another song for us. Third hour of today. I'll be right back.
Summer arrives next week, so we need to prepare. On this morning's Shop All Day, we have must-have accessories to help you kick off the season in style. So we have Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock. She's here.
Hello.
Don't forget to scan that QR code if you want to see some of these products. Good morning to you. There it is.
Hey,
Bing.
good morning. Yes, let's scan the QR code because we have some fun accessories for everybody.
You know what? There have been a lot of outdoor summer festivals, and they make sure a lot of them you have to have a clear bag for security.
You need to have a clear bag for security, and they're not always the cutest.
They're never. They're like these clear, almost like Ziploc bags.
Yes. I mean, you could go with Ziploc bag if that's your style. But, you know, a lot of the Shop Today editors, they were just at the Taylor Swift concert. They were like, we found these really cute clear bags that were stadium approved. Great for all times, though. You could wear it to the stadium. You could soccer games, football games.
My bag's
you
not
name
this
it.
neat, though.
Great for all the festivals.
I think we want to see inside
But then
Jenna's bag.
you know what? You could also just like rock it regularly with any outfit, and it's super affordable, under $20.
This is my new favorite thing.
Okay, this is amazing. This one's great for everybody in the family. It's the Adidas Sack Pack, which is
Sack Pack.
Yeah, that's the name of it. And you guys have seen this around. It's been around for years. We know Adidas for their shoes, but this Sack Pack is genius, and it's only $15.
I'm going to use it for Claire's dance bag.
It's really
Isn't that
great for the kids. You could fit cleats in here. You could fit a change of clothes, shoes, and it's got a mesh pocket for a water bottle.
Isn't that cute?
Another great thing you can do with it is fold it up and take it on travel.
Isn't that cute?
Yeah, it's really
that's good
easy,
for Del.
super simple, great for the kids.
Done.
$15.
Okay, you've lost us on this one.
Okay, I've lost the guys on this, but Chanel and I can relate. We're shorter.
Yep.
So sometimes our shirts are a little bit too long, and you need to tuck them in.
Yes.
But there's never a good way to do it. This is kind of like
You don't tuck them into your, just tuck them into
You could tuck them into your.
Look at this video.
Yeah, we have a video actually of Cameron on our team showing us how it works. So she could turn a top into a little bit of a crop top. Also, you just don't have to worry about it being, you know, in your pants.
Cute. And you know, also we used to tie the back and tuck the back.
You could yes.
You don't have to do that now.
This kind of is a solution for that. You could see the before and after.
Look at Alan Craig's face.
It seems like it might be a solution in search of a problem.
Yeah.
What do I know?
Search of a problem.
No, it's really great. It comes
Hey,
in
here's
two
a new
sizes.
idea. I don't know.
And guys,
wear a belt.
Yeah.
No, it's not the same.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
You know what I like to do too?
Yes, it is.
You could wear a shirt over your dress, so you could wear the dress as a skirt.
Oh, yeah.
So then you could have two outfits instead of one. This is actually not even available yet. We have it on pre-order.
Oh,
So
exclusive.
news,
Wow.
a little breaking news, and we have a discount for
How about
our
something
viewers.
for Father's Day?
Okay.
Now you use these.
I use these. I've got these up in my
What
dressing
is
room.
it?
This is a great idea.
This is Duke Cannon, which has been around for a while. These are called field towels, and it's basically a cold shower on the go.
Yep.
They're individually wrapped wipes. Here, check one out.
How much do you want?
And
They're great.
they are made with aloe and a little bit of menthol.
smell good?
Oh, they got a little
smell
texture to them,
amazing.
too.
Yes. Oh,
They
yeah.
have a little bit of texture, which
like
is
a
kind of
washcloth.
nice.
Let me smell. Can I smell
Yeah,
it?
that's kind of why they say.
Hang on.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is-
Oh, that's
Hold on, I want this.
refreshing.
There you
Look at
go.
that.
Oh,
Thank you.
How does that feel?
Hey, could you go get some Simon Eyes? Maybe a little turtle wax?
How does that feel?
That feels good.
And it looks
You
good.
know who loves this too?
Who?
Nat King Cole.
But these are great. I
can
love
let
bringing
that
these
go,
to
yeah.
the beach
Nope.
This is a
or
win.
in your
How much
purse.
is this?
They come in a big pack, and
$13.
Yeah, $13.
That's a good
Put this
deal.
in the kid.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they smell like puppies after the game.
Yeah.
There you go.
Scent.
Yeah, it's really refreshing.
Look at that.
Okay, how about
Yes.
this? The kitten heel. You said this is in?
Okay, so believe it or not, Chanel.
I don't believe it.
I
No,
know.
I'm
I don't believe it either. But Trend Analytics says searches for kitten heels are up 600% year over year. Everyone's going
What are they
nuts.
called?
Kitten
Kitten
heels.
heels,
They're like little-
because they're little. They're about
So what
under
do the
2
kittens walk
inches.
on?
You guys.
So they're
Why'd
between
you
high
laugh?
heels and no heels.
Basically.
It just gives you a little bit of.
It's just a little bit of something, and
Yeah.
it's a flip flop, which is like a staple for women in the summer.
And you can wear this with anything.
And you could wear it with anything. So if
Yeah.
you ever want to dress up, but you don't feel like busting out the heels,
Yeah.
you got the kitten heel.
But
from
if
Old
you're
Navy.
going to bust out the heels and you're at a garden party out on a lawn.
Yes, or those summer weddings.
That's a clever
Okay,
idea.
you know how your heels
They go
fall
into
in.
everything.
They go into everything.
All the time, girl. All the time.
You know.
What? All the time, girl?
You don't know what I do on the weekends.
Listen, he knows the struggle, and a lot of people out there do too.
What are you?
The struggle is real, Adriana.
Yeah,
Tell
okay.
us more.
Are you wearing heels on the weekend?
I am not.
Okay,
I am not.
let's talk.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yes.
So these are the.
Well, I wonder what Chance thinks about that.
Leave us alone.
Okay.
This is really cute.
So this is actually really cute and really useful because it's a heel stopper, and basically it prevents your heels from getting ruined.
It's a great
and
idea.
also from sinking into like any dirt,
You make
grass.
divots in the grass.
Yeah, good for graduations, these summer weddings, any barbecues,
I didn't even know
whatever.
these existed.
Yeah, and they come in different sizes, so you just kind of
On the
pop
heel.
them in
Yep.
on the heel, and
the price of that.
On the
Not
other
bad.
hand, you take those off, let people go over the lawn, and you've
$12.
aerated the lawn.
You've aerated the lawn. These are good ones.
Yeah,
Thank you so
simple
much.
solution.
Just
Especially
head
those cold
to
showers.
today.com/shop-all-day to purchase the items that you just watched right here on this show.
When we come back, we've got one more chance to catch up with the Grammy-winning artist who has been rocking the plaza all morning long. Chance the Rapper here talking music, The Voice, and performing one of his biggest hits. Third hour of today. We'll be right back.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We are back with the man who took over our plaza this morning. Chance the Rapper is a 3-time Grammy-winning artist with hit songs we all know and love, like No Problem and Cocoa Butter Kisses.
Cocoa Butter Kisses. By the way, Chance also just wrapped up season 23 as a coach on The Voice. And while fans wait for his highly anticipated new album, Starline Gallery, Chance is also celebrating the 10th anniversary of his game-changing mixtape, Acid Rap.
That's right. In fact, he's going to be performing a song off that mixtape for us in just a moment. But we thought it'd be great to get a chance to catch up with Chance. How are you,
Good
sir?
morning again.
Thanks for having me.
You've been rocking the plaza all morning long. How does it feel?
It was crazy. There was a lot of good energy out there. Shout out to all those fans. I heard somebody said they got here at 1 a.m.
Yes.
At 1 a.m.
I was yawning when I came in, and then I started hearing stories, and I was like, let me stop acting like I'm going through it.
Right? A lot of people have been here.
here.
They haven't slept just to be out here. So Craig just mentioned it. It's been 10 years since your second hit mixtape, Acid Rap, that was released. I just saw this. Rolling Stone called it one of the best mixtapes of 2013. And you guys have been celebrating with events. You have a concert coming up.
Yeah.
Does it feel like it's been 10 years?
It does and it doesn't. It feels like, part of me feels like, yeah, it was 10 years ago because it was so long ago. Like the things that I was doing around that time, like the touring, like,
just like my life was in a different space. I didn't have kids.
Free
I wasn't
kids.
married. I had like a lot of stuff. But then also like, it kind of feels like it was just yesterday because I still live in Chicago and I'm still friends with all the same people. So like, I don't know. It's a push-pull thing. Like I get a little nostalgic over it, but it's also like, it's my everyday life.
Yeah, and you've made history. I mean, you're the first streaming artist to break the Billboard top 10 albums, first streaming artist to win a Grammy. I mean, the old ways of people becoming hits, becoming hit artists, has changed completely. What would you tell young folks who are coming up now who are trying to break into this and how they break through?
That's a great question. I would say focus. Number one, I would say focus on your fan base, right? So like, even if it's small, like start off with open mics or, you know, doing the small venues in your hometown and trying to just get as many family and friends and people involved as possible. You got to kind of build a campaign around your music and then just keep recording, like keep making stuff and don't fall for the pitfalls of like what most people do, which is expecting somebody to, you know, we say put you on. I don't know what they used to say discovered. Like back in the day, it was like this person was discovered. Like don't look for somebody to discover you. Like look for your fans to continue to support you until, you know, and it'll keep going from there.
Yeah. Speaking of the next generation, I read somewhere that back in the day, that Chicago Mafia strong. I know Common was a mentor. I read that he left you a voicemail before you became
legendary voicemail.
What did he say in the voicemail?
Man, I don't know. He was talking really smooth because it's Common. Doing some slam poetry on my stuff. No, but Common's grandmother, and I always get this wrong. I think it's actually Common's mother is friends with my grandmother who passed away. But yeah, when I was in high school, my grandmother told his family that I rap. And
grandmothers do.
Was like, have your son Rashad leave a voicemail for my grandson, and he did it. And it was a big deal to me, and I played it for all my friends a bunch of times, just like. Literally when I was in high school. And then later in life I met him and I told him, he was like, I remember that.
Oh my gosh, what a moment. Even beyond that, Common was here last week and he heard you were gonna stop by and he wanted to leave you another message. Check it out.
No, you're lying.
No?
For real?
Peace, Chance. Congratulations, brother. You're just an inspiration for all of us. Knowing that you from my hometown and knowing what you're doing and knowing that I got to talk to you before you even came out and leave that message, and now just to see what you're doing and how you're influencing the world and bringing light to so many people. I love you. We love you.
I love you too.
I'm celebrating you. Rock 'em, all right, bro? I love you.
Oh yeah. Full circle.
I'll cry.
Full circle.
I'll cry right now. Don't do that. I was like, I wish y'all had told me before.
No.
Shout out to Common. You a real dude, and so many people look up to you, and I look up to you, and it's amazing things you've done in film and production, and obviously in music. And I love you so much as a big brother. That was so raw. I've never had anybody do like anything surprising me like that on the air. That was crazy.
Well, you deserve it.
Absolutely.
Because you're doing it for the next.
Yeah.
You know?
Shout out to Common. He's a real one.
You're paying it forward. We appreciate it.
Happy early Father's Day, by the way.
What? That was just so emotional.
That's great. We're going to give you a chance to compose yourself before we get back out there. By the way, tickets for Chance's upcoming shows are on sale now. Don't go away. Chance's going to pull it together and perform another hit. We'll be right back. Third hour today.
That was special. That was really special.
Oh, that was so cute. I didn't know that was going to happen.
That was great.
Chance the Rapper.
He has been rocking the crowd all morning long, and now he's about to perform one of his biggest hits.
Once again, here's Chance the Rapper and Vic Mensa with Cocoa Butter Kisses.
Yo. New York, make some noise. Cigarettes on cigarettes, my mama think I stink. I got burn holes in my hoodies, all my homies think it's that. I miss my cocoa butter. That's right, say it. I miss my cocoa butter kisses. A little bit louder than that. Say, cigarettes on cigarettes, my mama think I stink. I got in my hoodie, all my homies think it's that. I miss my mulatto, say 1, 2, 3, say cigarettes on cigarettes, my mama think I stink. I got burns in my hoodie, all my homies think it's that. I miss my cocoa butter. I miss my cocoa butter. Okay. Okie dokie. Keep it low key like toilet bro, or he'll go blow the loudy. Saudi, sour Saudi. While he up AOD, wildin' like that coyote. If I sip any Henny, my belly just might be outy. Pull up inside the Huggy, start skiing much a Dougie. I just opened up the pack. In an hour, I'll ask my tonight she just yelling. 2 weeks she'll be yelling. You smell like orange cassette tapes with Timmy, Tommy, and Chucky. And Chucky, Jesus, Jesus, and think Jesus love. Put Visine inside my eyes so my grandma would. Oh, generation above me. I know you still remember me. My afro looks just like daddy's, y'all. 1, 2, 3, let's go. My mama think I stink. I got burns in my hoodies. All my homies think it's that. I miss my. Say a little louder, say. Cigarettes on cigarettes. My mama think I stink. I got burns in my hoodies. All my homies think it's that. I miss my cocoa butter. I miss my New York. Big Mensa. I will smoke a little something, but I don't inhale. Everywhere that I go, everywhere they ask how you going, say the go is well. Go figure pictures, light skin Jesus, like Cole and Pal. All praise to the God, God knows I'm a pro. No co-intel. Check, make check me, take me to the bed like she know me well. See, normally, Norma Jean don't with former feel. These kids these days get so high, smoke trees, chlorophyll, till they can't feel shit face. 15 heads on this L. Elevated train and the craziest thing got me feeling like Lauryn Hill. Miseducated mind, delegated rap, feel better, made a set. I should've never made it, probably should've been dead or in jail. Dad, I'm too bad. Absinthe all up in that glass. Are we there yet? Ice cubes in the phone. I think we all addicted. Say that. Say. I think we all addicted. Really though? I know I'm addicted. New York. I think we all. We might as well take it there. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Cigarettes on cigarettes. My mama think I got burns in my. All my homies think it's.
Chance, Vic Mensa, thank you. Stick around. Chance has one more song coming up on Hoda and Jenna, but the third hour today, right back after this.
Well, that does it for today. But tomorrow, in third hour today, we got some last-minute Father's Day gift ideas.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, celebrating 20 seasons of Project Runway with the stars.
It was great having Chance.
It was a good show.
Gosh.
Yeah.
We will see you back here tomorrow. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Today we are celebrating the 20th season of Project Runway with Christian Siriano, Nina Garcia, Brandon Maxwell, and Elaine Welteroth. Plus, music superstar Chance the Rapper hits our summer concert stage. And if you're a fan of The Devil Wears Prada, guess what? There's a job opening you may be interested in at Vogue. We got all the details.
So get up.
It's Today with Hoda and Jenna. It all starts right now.
So get
Hi, guys. It is Thursday. It is June the 15th.
Oh, aren't you
How
so
are
happy?
you?
It feels like we're one day closer to Friday. You know what I mean?
Yes, I am. I'm really happy that Friday's coming.
How are you doing?
I'm trying not to wish my days away, though. You know, sometimes you're like, as soon as I get past this week, as soon as I get past this month, as soon as the kids, as soon as, and you're like, why am I willing away or
No,
wishing
that's
away?
true.
So I told you I write this in my journal every day, and I remember it as I'm writing it, and then I forget as the day goes on. But I usually write, Dear God, thank you for this day, this day that will only come one time this way.
Oh,
One time. That's all you get.
it's
so
true.
let me find all the lessons in love that's there, that I don't miss it. And, you know, but it reminds you, like, today is, you know.
Yeah, relish in the Mondays and the Tuesdays
Right,
and the
this will never,
Wednesdays.
like, Davey will never be walking by like that with Chris again. This is only going to
the
happen
two of
one
them
time.
With Chris with a nice coffee and
this
Davey
is one
in
time.
his
No, we're just
anime
saying,
shirt.
We may never pass this way again. One time, this will happen. It won't happen every day.
No, you're right.
Just this one time, right, Davey? Right, Chris?
Well, I mean, it could happen every
Okay,
day. Usually
well,
it does happen.
Yeah, you're right.
But not every day.
Not every day.
Okay, did you love The Devil Wears Prada?
The Devil Wears Prada is one of the best movies.
It's so good.
Yes.
Well, there's something really crazy. According to a job listing posted on Condé Nast career site, the company is looking to fill the position of assistant to the editor-in-chief of American Vogue and the global chief content officer.
That person, the current editor-in-chief of American Vogue, is?
Anna Wintour. That is who supposedly, maybe we should be her intern. No?
She would chew us up and spit us out.
I know.
In 1 second.
I'd be scared of what to wear. Anyway, that movie is, of course, based off of
Anna
her.
Wintour, yeah. She was the Meryl Streep character. So the question is, can you even imagine the pressure of that kind of a job?
No.
Sorry. Like, we think that sometimes these jobs are high pressure just because of life, but if you ever had to, because you almost have to be a mind reader in addition to being good at your job.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And meticulous. And
meticulous
also
and anticipating,
no
but you're
fashion.
like, yes.
I think we should try.
Try what?
Just to be her assistant for a day. I think it'd be hilarious. Meredith, do you agree? Right? He said that's a good tape.
Yeah,
it would just be funny.
Yeah.
To see if we could do it. She wouldn't like our fashions.
Well, she wouldn't, definitely. But did you ever have a boss who was super cranky?
Yes.
Okay. Not to be mentioned.
No,
but
did you?
Yeah. One that I was like, I was terrified. And every day you tiptoed in
expecting like the worst. Ooh. That's a hard environment to work in. It is. You know what is so cool? What? I think that environment Yeah. is no longer acceptable. No. Yeah. I think less and less acceptable. Yeah, People watching are probably like, dude, it's still acceptable. Yeah. But less than it was. It's not like the cool way to be. I think back then there was people barking at you and Yeah. screaming, do this and get that. I know, but I do think it does teach you a kind of resilience. Yes, it does. Because life ain't simple, and it can come at you in the form of a coach or a boss or somebody Yes. who's not easy breezy and lovey-dovey, but that's part of life. Yes. And I do think it does teach you, like, I still have to be a professional and sit here. Yes. You know, it's so even though the interesting world is because not nice. Have you ever had a instance where you wanted to cry? Yes. And you at just work, bit down. But you were also like, I cannot cry in this moment. Not right I cannot now. cry. You're squeezing yourself. Or when you ask for something, like because you get up all the courage and the muster in the world Yes. to say, I think I deserve this. And they go, no. Yeah. I had that like this because I said no. That was it. You know when you practice the speech? Yes. I'm going to say I did this and I did that and I think I deserve it and I'm worthy. The guy with feet up on the desk says, no. You know what? That also teaches Sorry. us, and this you and I are And that good at hot this. feeling of shame. You're yes. like, ouch, ouch, because ouch, you know ouch. what it does? It takes you back to when you're a kid and you want something, whether it's like a boy or a grade or a whatever, a toy, a candy. Oh. Like I still remember one time we were driving past Baskin Robbins and I was like, Dad, can we stop? Can we stop? And I think I harassed him one too many times. And finally he was like, no, we cannot. And I was like crying in the back seat. Yes. But that, thank God, we have to tell our kids no. Right. So that they don't get into the real world and think that it's crazy, you know? I know. I think part of, I agree, because I do think part of how some kids end up not being prepared to be spoken to in a tone that maybe they're not used to, because you hear the way everyone speaks to each other, you know, parents and kids a lot. You hear like, is it okay? Do you want to talk about it? You want to talk about it? And sometimes people at work aren't asking you if you want to talk about it. No, they're just they're telling not. you, you're staying late, but I have a party. Yeah, but you're working late today. Yes. But you didn't tell me earlier. Right. Because it This just is- happened. and also this is your job. Yeah. The job is sometimes, you know. the way- Crying at work is such an interesting thing. God, it's the worst. Okay, that just took me back. Me too. Me So too. there's one mom's household cleaning video that sparked a debate on social media. So in this video, she's cleaning up her daughter's bedroom. Ooh. Wow, that's the before. Eesh. Yo, yo, yo. I'm itchy. Let's see the after. What? Oh, there, much better. That does look better. And she captioned it. She didn't get the stains out of the carpet, she says there. Okay, so she captioned this. It's time to tackle my daughter's dirty room. She's off on a school trip, and I thought it would be a good time to tackle it. One person commented and said, my daughter's 13 and wouldn't dare leave a mess. She keeps her room immaculate. She hates dirt, LOL. Why did you say LOL? Because she said LOL. I'm just I know, but someone writing that isn't LOLing. They're like, she ha ha. said LOL. You know what that was? Nanny, nanny, boo boo. Nanny, nanny, boo boo. My kid's daughter's better room, than your daughter. No, I know. Yeah. Here's the thing. Everybody has their own mode of cleanliness. I have one child who's very neat and one child who is not. You would not expect who they are. Oh. And I have a third child who doesn't know yet. I'm clear. But I do think did your parents ever clean your room? Not in front of me. So it probably was like that. I mean, they would say, you need to clean your room before we leave for church or whatever it was. And we'd have to. That song, clean up, everybody clean up. Everybody do your part, clean up. Yeah. That's a song for a reason, because everybody, I mean, I don't shame that woman for cleaning up her room. I would do the same thing. But I think people probably are like, teach your kids that they need to do it. Yeah, I agree. I'm sure my mom did clean my room. I'm sure probably my mom multiple did too. times, but I don't recall. We didn't watch it. But if you were 13 and you had your stuff in such a way, and then you knew that your mother had been in your stuff and in your pockets of your jeans and in your books, you know, looking for things. Like, I was just what's this? I was just cleaning up your, you know, every here's the kid thing. has love notes, secret things, journals. They don't want their Playboys. What? Well, back in the day, all the boys had a thing with Playboys, didn't they, Gavin? Why do you keep asking Gavin? He doesn't. No.
Gavin does know. He remembers. See? He kind of knows.
He doesn't know.
He sort of remembers. Here's the thing. This is the problem. If you're going to go in, whether it's to help be helpful and clean up, sometimes it's hard to be like, I found your diary. Or what you can't say anything, in my opinion.
But you think read it and don't say anything? Or do you think don't
Do you
read
ever,
it?
would you ever read somebody's diary in your family? Did you ever read anybody's?
No, I didn't.
You never read your sister's?
No, my sister doesn't have one.
Oh.
Did you
Back in the day?
So you did read your
No,
sister's.
I did not
Yes,
read
you
my
did.
sister's.
That was projecting. You totally read Barbara's. What did she say? What did it say?
I think she read mine.
But you read hers too. It's okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, you did. It's okay.
I hope I have the strength not to read my children's.
Yeah. But don't you kind of want to know if they're going down a dark path?
Yeah. But
I think it's tricky. I think it's tricky. You want to make sure that you're not missing big signs.
Totally.
But you also don't want to invade their privacy.
I know. What do we do?
I don't know.
We need a social dilemma later.
Yeah, we do.
All
Coming
right.
up next, we're getting ready to mix it up.
We're going to try some strange cocktail concoctions. Oh.
Yes.
We're going to play Yuck or Yum right after this.
It is almost the weekend, so let's raise our glasses for a cocktail edition of
Yuck
or Yum.
And today we have a special guest, Jordan Hughes. He's a mixologist and the author of the cocktail book, Twist. He is also the man behind the Parmesan Espresso Martini creation that went viral not too long ago, which we tasted and we weren't really sure.
We weren't quite ready for it, I think.
No, we weren't.
were behind that trend.
We're sorry. Actually, we apologize that you're watching this.
We were gagging, but Jordan, you got some other weird cocktails for us to try.
No, it's not for everybody, so that's okay. I've got 3 fun drinks to try today. So first one I'm going to give you is the avocado margarita.
Okay, I think we're going to love this.
I mean, I'm a huge margarita fan.
Me too.
So tequila, fresh lime. There's a little bit of a tagine on the rim, but only half the rim. So you can skip the spice if you want. And then some avocado in there.
You know what? It's a little thick for me.
I love it.
Oh, awesome. Oh.
It tastes like a meal.
I think it's a little milky for me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm going to go yuck, but I love you. Okay.
Thanks. Thank you, Hoda.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's got a little bit of like a smoothie texture.
Yeah,
a little
smoothie.
bit. So,
yeah, that's what it's got.
Okay,
The
I'm
texture's
scared
weird
of the
thing.
next one.
This one, I'm very interested to see what you think.
What is
Another
this one?
kind of semi-viral one where it's a mushroom broth daiquiri.
Mushroom broth? Oh my God.
But it's not
Is it
as,
truffle?
No, so there's like a simple syrup made with the mushroom broth, so fresh lime, rum.
Cheers.
Pretty
Cheers.
simple. It's
Okay,
actually
let's
much
pretend
more
we don't
subtle
know.
than
Pretend we don't know.
You just are tasting this at a bar. Oh,
I like that.
I love that.
I love that. That's a 10. That's a yum.
That's delicious.
Yum.
Wow.
That's a yum. That's a yum.
Is that the one you were concerned about?
That was the one I was like, I don't know. You know, it's very very divisive.
I like that.
You know, it's like savory in a cocktail isn't always a win. So this one is kind of currently going wild on social media right now. This is a sushi rice Negroni. So
sushi rice?
Right, yeah.
How do you put the rice in it?
So what you do is, it's equal parts gin, Campari, sweet vermouth, and then you stir it with sushi rice, which then adds, some texture to it, some starchiness. Yes, and then I strain out the rice.
Cheers.
So.
Okay. Pretend you don't know. Wow, that's strong.
No, that's not.
I don't dislike the rice.
I think it's the gin.
Yeah, me too. I hate gin.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah. So no, if you aren't a fan of Negronis to begin with, it's like probably not going to be a huge
How do
fan.
people drink that? It tastes like. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Oh my
Thank
gosh.
you so much.
Love it. No, yeah. Thank you for having me.
You.
Appreciate it.
Coming up next, we're toasting 20 seasons of the hit fashion series Project Runway.
And the whole gang's here. Christian Siriano, Nina Garcia, Brandon Maxwell, and Elaine Welteroth, all coming up right after this. Coming up tomorrow,
we catch up with actress and entrepreneur Tia Mowry.
And we celebrate Father's Day with some dads we are loving on social media.
Plus, a performance by the father-son duo with nearly 100 million views on YouTube.
It's all Friday on Hoda and Jenna. All right, when it first premiered back in 2004, Project Runway brought high fashion into all of our homes, and since then, more than 300 designers have competed in the series.
And now it is back, it's hard to believe, for its 20th season with Project Runway All-Stars. 14 of the most beloved designers from past seasons are given another chance to show what they've got.
Here to tell us more about it, Project Runway mentor Christian Siriano, judges Nina Garcia, Brandon Maxwell, and Elaine Welteroth. Hi, it's so good to see you. Nina, you've been there since the very beginning.
The OG.
The original. Look at that. Oh my God. Like, look at you. What's it like?
I was and young.
What's it like having these contestants come back all these years later and getting to know them again?
Oh my God. Well, it is kind of a full circle moment, but also I am so proud of the show. It was so emotional. This show really was, it kind of changed the industry,
It did.
right?
It did.
So, and not only the industry, I think the TV landscape, it changed the conversations that we had about gender, about race, about sexuality, about body positivity.
Yeah.
It was a first on
You were ahead of the curve.
Ahead of the
big time.
curve. And it's just, I mean, supporting creative talent, supporting the industry of fashion has been so important and such a blessing. And I really, I think that I've had a lot of fun. And it's so much, it really is an extension of my job, of my real job as an editor-in-chief. So it's been an incredible ride and one that I am so proud of. I am really so proud that this network invested and supported such creative talent and so many dreams. Because think about it, so many designers.
Yeah, and
Career
lives
changes.
changed like yours.
Your life.
I mean, I remember watching
Yeah.
Project Runway when you were on
Don't
it.
tell the year.
I won't tell the year. I was very young.
Me too.
So were you.
I was 20 years old when I auditioned for the show.
So tell
Yeah,
us
it's
how.
crazy. I was 21 when I won.
How has it changed your life, and what is it like to be back now as a mentor?
It's nice, being a mentor. I think season 20 to see all these amazing designers that have come back. That some of them who were on my season, which is really weird, but I love it because I get to be the boss. It's great, and it was very surreal, like Nina said. But I think this show is about like celebrating talent and artistry, and we see things being made from a scrap of fabric into this like three-dimensional form that like people get to live their life in, and that's really cool, and like it really transforms you to another world, and that's what I love about this show, and why I'm kind of back. And now that I feel like I know, hopefully I can give them real advice of how to be successful in the real world. Like, you know, if you want to dress Beyonce, this is for Beyonce, she's gonna love it. I'm like, no, she's not. Me and Brandon just dressed her last week. She's not wearing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Give them very real
Did y'all
advice.
really just dress her last week?
I think it's speaking metaphorically.
Metaphorically.
But have you dressed Beyonce?
I have, yes.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
so how do you go about dressing Beyonce?
Well,
you go to a
You're
fitting.
like,
I
wanna
Blue
know.
Ivy's there.
Yeah. I don't know. She just maybe gets it from somewhere.
Yeah, from her stylist, but I mean, you're a Texan,
But
so that
you-
must be the.
Your life,
Texas, our queen.
I mean, you watched the very first episode. You've been on this ride. How has your life changed, Brandon?
Well, in 2003, I think I've said on this show, I was standing in that plaza with a sign with my mom about to move to New York, you know, and I remember like coming home every day. We did not have DVR then, and never ever missing this show. So it's such a full circle moment to be on this show that I think did change fashion, change my life, you know, and to get to see this season so many people that I looked up to on the show and found fashion through is amazing. And I'm here with my mom today. So.
Oh, your mom is
she's
here?
full
She's
circle.
right
I was
there.
just, oh, there she is. I was
She's got her phone up.
Got her phone up. Yeah. That's right, Mama.
Brandon, I was telling Hoda how, as a Texan, I'm so proud of you because you're from a small town. You've come here she's like, and he really made it. And you have. And I feel like when you meet these designers on the show, you must see a little bit of yourself in them.
Oh my gosh, yes. And it's like, and I see, and we're also making collections, Christian and I, while we're filming the show.
Yeah.
And so you see the stress in their eyes and you just want to start filming and go, me too, I'm stressed too, you know? Yes, it's a great experience.
Elaine, we fell in love with you on our show here, and we feel very lucky. And then to see you on this program is amazing, and the vibe that's going on with the four of you. You're kind of the newbie in the group, but tell us about what that dynamic is like.
Well, we actually all joined at the same time. Christian, Brandon, and I kind of held hands and dove into this adventure together. We made a pact to have each other's back. We've become like a little fashion family. Dysfunctional at times, wild at times, all the time. But it is so much fun to come to set every single day, to work with people that you genuinely love and like. You guys know all about that. And people that you admire. We've known each other in this business for so many years, but now we get to really spend time together. And what's so great is that we all bring something so different to the table. So we have very different perspectives. We fight it out, you know, like we don't always agree. And I think that's what makes the show interesting to watch, because each of us represents someone at home on the couch who's like yelling at the screen. And, you know, while we may be the judges on camera, we know everybody at home is a judge too.
Okay, we want, because we have four of the fashion best right here, we want to get your thoughts on a couple trends quickly.
Oh, wow.
Barbie core, are you into it?
I love it.
Yeah.
I was wearing pink
Nina was
because I
wearing
saw Hoda. And I said, I like twinning. She
She likes to twin.
Yes.
Were y'all wearing the exact same suit?
Different shades.
Okay. Different shade of.
Sheer or mesh clothing?
Sheer, or for me?
I like it.
Like as least see-through as possible for me personally, but I like this that you're showing.
Fashion trend.
The trend.
I like mesh. I actually wore a really mesh look. Do you remember I wore a mesh look on this season when Julia Fox was in? But
Oh, yes.
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Not in a little skin. I love a little skin.
Yeah.
What about, and this is something we're personally against, we'll stand up for it, Bermuda shorts.
Bermuda. Oh, I love Bermuda shorts.
Wait, what? Yo, they don't look good on anybody.
No,
My friend,
And I love how she did it with the jacket.
That's Gigi Hadid, yo.
And she's wearing Brandon
I'm into
Maxwell.
it.
Oh, that's Brandon Maxwell?
Yeah, she's wearing Brandon Maxwell.
Really?
And that's a Bermuda
The little
shirt. I love
heel.
Bermuda.
Nina says a little heel.
A little heel.
A little jacket.
Yo, my friends still call me Augustus the fat German boy from wearing them in 2004. So,
all right,
it's all about volume.
Stick around. We've got more with Project One Way. 3 of the season's all-star designers will give us a sneak preview of their latest fashion creations. Coming up after this.
yeah, okay, I would wear that.
are back.
With Project Runway's Christian Siriano, Nina Garcia, Brandon Maxwell, and Elaine Welteroth, who are kicking off the 20th season of that hit series.
This is really cool, guys. Today, we have 3 of the all-star competitors here to showcase a look that they created, which all 4 of you, have not yet seen.
So excited.
So we are going to get started. First up, we've got Karason from Los Angeles and her model, Jessica. Come on out.
Wow.
What?
Jessica. Karason, come on out. Karason, this look is very cool. Tell us about it.
Thank you. Well, this is what I call Barbara by the Sea. It's inspired by my beautiful mother, Barbara Saunders. I dedicated this whole season to her. And quintessential Barbara Saunders. The gloves, she was so
You've
chic
got to turn
and
around
beautiful.
a little bit so they can see you.
Yeah, get a full spin. Chic and beautiful. That is the iconic Barbara Saund sweep.
Oh, I love
iconic
that.
Barbara sweep and bouffant. But very 60s.
It's very cool.
Very
It's
60s
beautiful.
and very Barbara by the
All right,
Sea.
let's turn to our judges. What do
are we judges?
Yeah, y'all are judges.
Okay, I have to say this is classic Karason. She is a costume designer who is killing it in the industry, by the way. And just the feathers, the sequins, the era, the period, moment that you always give us. I mean, I would have, if you didn't join her on the runway, I would have known it was you.
Yeah, for sure.
That's beautiful. All right, guys, what do you think?
I like that it looks expensive. I think you look expensive and gorgeous and a little vintage, but with the boot makes it modern and cool, which I love.
The boot is everything.
Makes it cool.
You got it, obviously.
Karason, season 1.
Go. Karason. All right, thank you, Karason.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, y'all, we have Brittany Allen. She is from where I'm from, Austin, Texas, and she is with her model, Mimi. Wow, very cool.
All
Okay, Brittany,
We knew this was you too.
Brittany, this is awesome. Tell us about this look.
You know, I've always done ready to wear, and during the pandemic, I really realized that I want to be part of the customer's journey of getting fit and being their best self. And so during the pandemic, it was perfect because I kind of shifted towards a little bit more active wear, but I do really love ready to wear. And so now my mission is to marry the two, active wear and ready to wear, and make high fashion pieces that are just really versatile throughout life. For the
By the way,
customer.
it's awesome.
Yeah.
Guys,
Thank you.
what do
I'm
you
on a
think?
chartreuse kick.
I like
Literally right now.
I've got to say that Brittany was such a surprise because she came back with a whole different ballgame.
How cool. She's evolved.
And yes, she's evolved. She knows her business. She does it really well. She was a top contender. I hope I'm not giving anything away.
Whoa.
And how much do I love this? It's right on trend with the cargo pockets everywhere. It's just, she's gonna wow you. She delivers some really incredible fashion in the show. And this is just one example.
This
of it.
is beautiful.
Wow.
We love
What do you
the
think,
Texas
Britt?
representing.
Yeah,
I just love it.
definitely
Listen,
commercial.
sometimes when we talk about this a lot in the competition, it's just lean into who you are. It doesn't always have to be a big runway look. I think that that's one thing we've talked to Brittany a lot about, is that it be exactly who you are, and this is a perfect example of it. And many women can wear this, and that's what I love about Brittany.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, now, last but not least, we've got Bishmi, Pro, Marty. You can come this way. Come this way, honey. And her model, Sage. Let's take a peek.
Wow. Hi, Bishmi. Wow, that is very cool.
Very.
Tell us about
provocative.
This look is called Embrace Yourself. So it's literally about just holding on and
I'm
it's
bracing
mainly about
myself.
just
Clutch my
having
pearls.
ability to just please yourself and pledge yourself and understand about what things allow you to fuel yourself. This is from our resort collection, which is called Quantum Gag, and the collection is mostly about just choosing how to create and use your dominant side or your your submissive side to pursue and continue on in life.
Guys, what do you think? Very cool.
Love it.
Listen,
Great show.
Editorial.
Right?
Wow. I mean,
So cool.
we would photograph this in a minute. And he always delivers, Bishmi. It's always a surprise.
Is Bishmi gonna win? I don't know. I'm feeling it.
Let's bring out all of our wonderful designers and models. You guys can come back out for one last look.
You guys are awesome.
The All-Stars. We get why you're All-Stars, y'all. Thank you
Thank you so much. And y'all, the 2-part premiere of Project Runway All-Stars, it airs tonight at 8 p.m. on our sister network, Bravo.
Yeah.
Y'all look amazing.
Coming up next, treat Dad to an extra special day. Our friend Matt Abdu's got a great chicken dinner for him coming up right after this.
Wow, we did it. Father's Day is this Sunday, and one way to make that extra day special is by cooking Dad a delicious meal.
So we knew exactly who to call. Super chef and the star, father of 2, Matt Abdu. He's the owner of Pig Beach. He's here to help us out. Oh my
Look
God.
at you.
How old are your babes?
Oh man, that just kind of hit me.
Yeah.
Ava just turned 1 and Luke just turned 6. Which is like a blink to me.
What are you hoping to do on Father's Day?
You know what? Just spend time with them.
Chilling.
Just be with them. To
Chilling.
one degree or another, just be with my family.
All right,
That's
so
all I'm looking
barbecue
for.
is all a dad wants on Father's Day.
Sure.
What are we making?
So today we're making a spatchcock grilled Peruvian chicken.
What does spatchcock mean?
Spatchcock, basically, you're just taking out the backbone and you're laying it flat. So the chicken's going to cook nice and even while you're cooking.
Okay, cool.
It also speeds up the cooking process a little bit, too.
Okay.
So the first step we're going to do, what I love to do whenever I'm cooking any sort of whole chicken, is brine it first.
Okay.
A brine is super simple. You're going to take for about a gallon of water. You're going to put about a 1/4 cup of salt and a 1/4 cup of sugar. Pour it right over there. You can put it in a container like this.
Is the sugar in the water? Is that in that
It's
water?
already all in it. Because what's going to happen is it's going to completely dissolve into a clear solution.
Cool.
You're going to pour it over the chicken, let it sit in a Ziploc bag completely submersed for about an hour per pound, so about 4 to 5 hours,
You
or
mean
even
a
overnight.
Ziploc bag or this thing?
Well, you should have more water than this if you're going to put it fully submerse it. But if you put it in a gallon Ziploc bag, it will fit and it will all come together.
Okay,
really
cool.
nicely.
Okay. Now we're
So
making
the next thing,
barbecue.
we're going to make our
rub.
marinade for it.
Okay.
So our marinade, if you don't mind, Hoda,
Yes.
we got some lime juice, some
Lime
Dijon
juice.
mustard. Just going to pour
What's that,
everything
oil?
into this bowl. Yep, it's a little vegetable oil to start.
Okay.
And then our seasonings. Sugar, kosher salt, cumin, black pepper, hatch chili powder, paprika, garlic, and oregano.
It all goes in?
All of our flavors are going to make this marinade absolutely spectacular.
Okay.
And then you're going to have that right here. And Jen, if you don't mind, we're just going to take that and pour it all over the chicken. Again, now this might be a 2-day stage. You can skip the brining if need be, but it really makes the chicken
Wait, is
so
this right?
juicy. That's good. Yeah, you're going to pour it all over it.
What's all that thick stuff in it?
That's the Dijon emulsifying the marinade together.
Oh,
Which is
okay.
great because it's going to really make that marinade stick to that meat in the marinating and
then
cooking
do you
process,
kind
which
of
is
like
great.
go like this?
Smush it around?
And then if you put that in a Ziploc bag again, you can kind
to
of like
the
massage the Ziploc
mushes
bag.
it.
It's going to get it all
So
nice
it should
and
be
evenly-
underneath too.
Yeah,
Okay.
all evenly nice
Okay,
and coated
so
for it.
that's what it looks like when you've done that.
A couple hours to overnight, we're going to pull it out, and then our chicken is going to look like this. So one of the biggest tips that I want to give anybody when they're cooking at home is set up your grill to zone cooking. Here we have an induction burner cast iron grill plate, but at home if you're cooking on a gas grill or a charcoal grill, you want to set up zone cooking, which basically means one side is going to be set to medium high, and the other side is going to be set to low.
Okay.
What that's going to do is it's going to allow us to take our chicken and on the high side, grill it off and get some really, really nice grill marks and get that nice sizzle and searing action happening.
Yeah.
And then we're going to let that cook for about 4 minutes on the skin side.
Okay.
And then afterwards, we're going to flip it and put it skin side up on the low side of the grill and let that cook nice and low and slow. Cover it.
How long
It's
is
going
that?
to take about 45 minutes or so on the low side.
Okay.
And what's
But
going
you've
to
got the
happen,
grill marks
you're going to
already.
have this gorgeous charred chicken on the skin with a perfectly cooked, juicy skin. We're looking for an internal temperature on the thigh of 165
So
degrees.
do you put your little thermometer up in there?
Yep, you put your little thermometer up in there. That's the best way to know when it's done.
Up in there.
All right.
You know what I meant.
So next, the thing we have to cook and serve with this Peruvian chicken is the ají verde, the green chili
Ooh,
sauce.
yes.
I
This
want
is one
that.
of my most favorite dipping sauces on the planet. It's so simple. Pour it all in there, Jenna.
What
We have
do you
some
got?
mayonnaise here. Now you
Is
can
that
substitute
cilantro?
Greek yogurt. This is cilantro in the blender. We have some mayonnaise that's going to make a really quick sort of emulsion with that. Or if you could want to, you could substitute Greek yogurt, which would make it a little bit healthier and really, really nice.
And what's that?
Some jalapeno peppers.
Oh, jalapeno.
So we took all the seeds and the pith out, so it's not going to be super spicy. If you want to make it a little spicier, put it all in there. Lime juice, a little more vegetable oil, some honey for sweetness, garlic, a little white vinegar.
White vinegar.
And a little salt and sugar just to kind of finish it off.
All right. Okay.
And you're just going to blend it. We don't need to necessarily blend it on air because it's going to get really loud and whatnot, but you're going to make it until it comes this beautiful, creamy, silky, smooth dipping sauce. That is the perfect, Hoda, get on in there. The perfect dipping sauce for this Peruvian grilled chicken. So this thing for me is one of the quintessential greatest things you can have.
Oh my God,
throw it on the grill in the
tender.
summertime. You have these super juicy, tender bites. That's from the brining and the marinade. All that flavor just kind of explodes. It's so good. Dad's gonna love it on Father's Day, and it's really easy. Couple steps with the marinade and the brine, but the flavors and everything, you're gonna throw it on the grill, and Dad is gonna be super happy about
That's insane.
This is so good.
Oh my gosh, that sauce.
I've realized that I like mayonnaise in things.
Yeah,
mayonnaise in things is delicious. But what's great about this
that
sauce too, it can
sauce-
substitute as a vinaigrette for salad. You can use it as a spread for a sandwich, or just dip whatever you want into it. Even French fries, tostones, delicious dipping
Tostones.
sauce.
I want a tostone.
Delicious. Happy Father's Day. I hope you get
so
some good
much.
time.
We love you,
I
Matt.
can't wait. Love you guys more. Thank you for having me.
Get this recipe today.com/food.
Coming up next, Grammy-winning artist Chance the Rapper performs our summer concert stage. He's going to
Insane.
perform right after this.
You smell like gas while the electricity rent. You sound like what the gospel.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
It was 2013 when Chance the Rapper burst onto the music scene with his mixtape Acid Rap, which made an enormous impact on hip-hop culture.
And lucky for us, the Grammy-winning artist has one more song in store for our summer concert crowd. Chance, you are delighting everybody. I feel like this was released 10 years ago, but so much in your life has changed over 10 years. You become a dad. How have you evolved as a person?
A lot. Like you said, becoming a dad changed my life. It's really just like I feel like the same person, but I just know a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's so refreshing to perform some of these old songs. Like we've been rehearsing them, getting ready for the Ask Rap 10 shows in New York and LA and stuff. And it's just like I don't know. It brings great joy to my heart to sing these songs. Like they still mean the same thing to me.
You've got two little girls. Father's Day is Sunday.
Yeah.
What are you hoping to do?
I want it to be a chill day, you know. I don't want to do too much. Maybe dinner, you know, but I'm more of a breakfast kind of guy at the house. And then just chill, take a nap. That's it. Sorry.
That's it.
Sorry.
You know what? You got a low bar. That's good.
That's all we want too, a nap.
Yeah.
You know
All
what
right.
I mean? Okay, Chance, what are you going to sing for us?
I'm gonna sing a really important song dedicated to my wife, Kirsten. This is a song called That's Love that I wrote for her when I was 19 years old. It's off my Acid Rap project.
Oh, all right, Chance, take it away.
Yeah. What's better than tripping is falling in love. What's better than Letterman, Leno, Fallon, and all the above? What's better than popping bottles trying to ball in a club is the first caveman pops with his son ball in a club. What's better than paper is balling it up. What's better than followers is actually falling in love. What's better than frolicking follies, falling in mud, rolling in green pastures, wandering, following love. What's better than eating is feeding your fam. What's better than means is missing meters to meet with your fam. What's better than leaning or eating a Zan is hitting your Zan, dreaming a dream could be leaving. What's better than yelling is hollering love. What's better than rhymes and nickels, dimes and dollars and dubs is just dialing up your darling just for calling her up. It ain't nothing better than falling in love. I seen it come back and forth. You hit the nail right on top of the head. I know you've seen it all before, but when it looks you in the eyes, it ain't nothing you could say, but that's love. Hands up, that's love. Hey. That's love. That's love. Say that's love. That's love. That's love. That's love. I'm looking for eye contact. I lie. Hey, I lie. Say I lie. Say I love you. I'm looking for eye contact. I lie. Say I lie. I love you. Hey, thank you so much, New York City. I appreciate y'all. I will be back at the Barclays Center very soon to separate Acid Rap and its 10 years of dominance. My name is Chance the Rapper, y'all. We love y'all. Peace, New York.
And you can catch Chance the Rapper on tour this summer. His new album, Starline Gallery, drops later this year. By the way, we love ya!
I love you guys.
We'll be back right after this.
Coming up tomorrow, we are going to catch up with actress Tia Mowry, who is transformed.
She sure is. And just in time for Father's Day, a father-son duet by viral sensations Brian and Thomas Owens. It is in a performance you do not want to miss.
We will see you on Friday, you guys. Have a great Thursday.
Enjoy it. Bye. Bye.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
So, Eva, there's a phrase that I love, and a friend of mine coined it, and it basically is, life gets greater later. I feel like I'm looking at you, and that's what I see. You're in a moment. You have a beautiful 4-year-old son.
I do.
You have found your purpose. What does life feel like being in this moment right now for you?
You know, it's so funny you say that because I have always felt like my greatest success is ahead of me. Like I can't wait for that to happen. You know, people look at me and they go, oh my God, what was it like being on that big show? And oh, you've accomplished so much. And like, as if my greatest success is behind me. And I'm like, oh, I mean, that was great, but like, wait till what's coming next. And that's my point of view in life. Like, I'm like, I can't wait to see what's around the corner. And I kind of live life that way. Like, you know, I didn't peak at high school.
No, you did not. Well, can I just talk about Santi for just a moment?
Sure.
Because I have
this whole interview could be about Santi, and I would be totally happy.
I've adopted children for me later in life, and it's been such a life shift. How has your life changed since he stepped into it?
I mean, obviously in every way, but probably the biggest way is that he's the center of the universe now. Where before, you know, we had a career and we had our partners or we had, you know, things to do. And now he's the center of the universe. And it makes everything actually a lot easier in life. Like it makes it easier for me to say no to things. It makes it easier for me to schedule days and weeks and you know, work. Everything is centered around him and his needs and his priorities, that it's actually, for me, makes life a lot easier.
How has he changed you?
You know what? I have way more anxiety about the world. About the world.
What's ahead, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I've always been philanthropic. I've always been an activist and an advocate, and I always believe what I've read and said on stages, and now there's like this urgency to make the world a better place. It's given me this urgency in my activism, in my philanthropy, in like, we gotta fix some stuff, right?
All of the goodness in you came from your upbringing, all the goodness.
My family.
I'm trying to picture you as a little girl.
Yeah.
What it was like growing up being you in this family of overachievers, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you grew up with some just A+
women.
Yeah. I mean, no kidding.
Specifically women, yeah.
So tell me about that upbringing for you.
It's so funny, yeah. I'm like the disappointment in my family, if you could believe that. Because it's like, oh, she's the actor. I'm like, well, I'm accomplishing some good stuff, I think. No, but I come from a family of educators. I come from a family of independent women. I come from a family that really values intelligence and resourcefulness and discipline. And so I am very grounded in that upbringing. I don't really know any other way to be or any other dynamic in a family other than being selfless,
because everything revolved around my older sister who had special needs. Could we go to Disneyland? We can't go because Lisa can't endure the ride. Or can we go to dinner at this place? Well, we can't go because Lisa probably won't, last for the whole dinner. And like everything was, can Lisa go? Can Lisa do it? And growing up that way makes you selfless in everything you do, but really put me in somebody else's shoes.
Did you feel protective of her? In what ways did you try to protect her? Do you remember?
100 times.
Yeah.
100 times. And I was a feisty. If you think I'm feisty now, like you should have seen 8-year-old Eva. I was fit to be tied. I remember, my mom wanted her to have a very normal high school experience, and she had to be integrated into a mainstream high school. She used to be in a segregated high school where it was all special needs, and it was great for her. But then she had to be integrated into mainstream school. My mom was terrified. My mother was like, oh, people are going to be mean to her. I don't know. And but my mom's like, she's going to have a normal high school experience. My mom bought her a Letterman. She bought her the graduation ring. She was in basketball and she was in cheerleaders. And one day she came home without her Letterman.
Her jacket?
Without her Letterman jacket. Yeah. And my mom was like, where's your Letterman jacket? And it had been stolen. Somebody stole it off her body. Oh. And I was like 9, and I was like ready to go to this high school and find whoever took my sister's Letterman jacket. And I said, Lisa, who stole your jacket? And she said, somebody who must have been cold.
Somebody who must have been cold?
And I was like, oh, like she didn't think it was a mean person. She thought, oh, somebody must have needed it more than me.
She did.
And so she's taught me a lot about compassion and putting yourself in other people's shoes. And she was like, there's no bad person in the world. There's just people who make bad decisions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How wise is she?
My special needs sister teaching me this. Yeah.
Wow. It's interesting when you think about your upbringing, because obviously people look at you and they think you are Mexican American. So I was looking back and I was like, how did your family talk to you about where you were from and what you were about?
It was ingrained in us.
Yeah.
My dad, if I still go home today for dinner, he'd be like, and you know where we came from. Yes, Dad, I know where we came from. There was a very strong sense of where we came from.
Yes.
And remembering it and honoring it and celebrating it. And so I've always felt very proud to be Mexican. But I was in the United States. And so there's just such a straddling that you have to do in identity when you're Mexican American. I always say I'm Texican.
Texican?
There's a lot of
Did you grow up right on the border?
I grew up in Texas, South Texas.
South Texas.
Yeah.
I loved a story you told about when it was very easy to cross over the border and how your dad sort of explained the long line.
We used to go across the border all the time when we were little. We would go for lunch. My parents would go for a margarita. We'd go buy candy. We'd go by ourselves. It was just such a porous process. You just go and come and come and go. And all we had to do when we crossed back was say U.S. citizen. And I thought that was a magic word. I thought it was, a secret. And so I asked my dad, I said, and I saw the long line of people waiting to cross, and I said, Dad, do they not know the magic word? And my dad was one that taught me it definitely is a magic word. Like the luck that we had to be born in this country, by this invisible line and border. They're definitely magic words.
Wow.
U.S. citizen.
So when you told your family that you wanted to try acting, were they like, go girl, or were they like, no, we're not doing that?
Well, I didn't grow up wanting to be an actress. I went to college. So I graduated with my bachelor's degree, and I said, I think I'm going to be an actor. And because
Why did you say that? Like, what made you?
No, it was a long process, but what happened was I was in my senior year in college, and I ran out of money. I had my Pell Grant ran out, my financial aid ran out. I had 5 jobs. I could not pay my senior year. I just was like, I'm at the finish line, and I can't pay it. My family couldn't pay it, and so a girlfriend of mine said, you should join the scholarship pageant. And it was a beauty pageant, but it was called the scholarship pageant. And she's like, yeah, if you win, you get like tuition and books and room and board and stipend. And so I was looking at the prize list, and if I had gotten 4th place, I could have my books covered. And I said, okay, if I could just get 4th place, that's all I wanted, because then I was gonna patchwork the rest. Okay, that'll pay for my books, and then my other job will pay for this one class, and then like I was trying to figure out how I was gonna pay for my senior year, and then I ended up winning the pageant, and then in this prize package was a trip to Los Angeles. And so I arrive in LA with palm trees and
you were like,
all these people, and I was like, this is so beautiful. And I said, I think I'm going to try this. And my mom said, well, you could get a job because I had my degree. You know, and she's like, you could work anywhere. You have your education. I said, okay. So I felt confident. Like I was like, I'm going to be fine. And within 2 days, had a job. You know, I went to a temp agency. I got a job there. I went to go be a temp because I was like, I can type, I can I can answer phones, I can do a lot of things. And they hired me. They're like, oh, you should work here. And so I ended up being a headhunter and pursuing acting.
When you hit it in Hollywood, which is, you know, for some people, look, only a few people get it. We watch the Oscars and say, wow, look at all these people, but only a few people get to have a magic moment like you had, and that you will continue to have. To have that moment on Desperate Housewives, to be at the top, what was life like when it was at its best, when everything was at its peak?
At its peak, not at its best, but at its peak. Yeah,
okay, good.
Because it was a different time. It was the golden age of television. That's how old I am now. It was a really fun moment in television history. Not only Desperate Housewives, it was Desperate Housewives, Grey's Anatomy, Lost. Like we revitalized the network at the time, and scripted TV. And Desperate Housewives was a dramedy, so it was kind of different, and it was odd, and it was weird, and it was great. But when I moved to Hollywood, I was an extra for 2 years, and then I got 1 line, and then I got 3 lines, and then I got 5 lines, and then I got a part, and so I really had touched every rung of the ladder. Like I really, by the time I got Desperate Housewives, it wasn't a surprise to me. I think it was a surprise to the world because nobody had heard my name, but I had been working towards this moment. And I was like, I deserve this moment. I worked very hard for this moment.
That's big, I think.
Yeah.
I think not having any imposter syndrome, I didn't go to acting school, not having any of that.
No. I was like, I prepared for this opportunity. Of course I should get it. And not in an ego way, and not in a narcissistic way. That's not at all. I'm just saying I wasn't discovered at Starbucks. You know what I mean? Like, I was an extra stealing toilet paper to get by, okay? And stealing bananas from craft services to eat and live in Hollywood. And so by the time Desperate Housewives came along, I was very solid in who I was, in what I wanted. And it was overnight in the sense of press and like household name and things like that. So I never changed, but everything around me changed.
Got it. Yeah.
Like I remember when they said we were going to be on Oprah, and I was like, "We're gonna be on Oprah!" Like, it was just like, "That's amazing! I'm going to be on the cream couch. What am I going to wear?" But I savored every first every first. My first upfronts in New York, my first press interview, my first Golden Globes, my first, red carpet, my first time somebody gifted me something. Remember, they gifted me shoes, and I was like, I can keep these? You would have thought I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. But I remember Helen Hunt told me that, and I had met her somewhere, and she said, remember this moment because there's not going to be another moment like a hit TV show. She said even her Oscar didn't compare to Mad About You. Yeah, she said the birth of a hit is different. It just lands differently, and you're living in people's houses every week, and there's just something special about that. And she told me that, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to remember every moment. So I was really grateful for the opportunity, but I was prepared for it.
So you're riding high, everything is great. Meantime, you're like, you know what? I think I'm going to get my master's. So I think I'm going to start studying all over again. Usually when you're at the top and you're like riding high, you're not thinking about what's my master's going to be in. What made you decide that was the time you wanted to start studying?
Well, my mom bothering me about it because everybody in my family had a master's degree, and she's like, well, you're the only one. I was like, well, I think I'm doing okay, Mom. And yeah, looking back, I don't think, if I knew what I knew now, I wouldn't have gotten it because it was so hard.
How were you jamming in your studies?
I went to night school. So I would be on set every day, and then at 7 o'clock I'd get out of set and I'd drive to night school from 7 to 10:30 at night. So I'd only have it Monday, Wednesday, Thursdays. Other than that, like that's like, yeah, that was a trek, but like it's all encompassing.
Yeah.
Like the studying and the the difference between a master's degree and an undergraduate degree is it's very specialized and it's very intense in a subject. But what led me to, also, other than my mother bothering me about getting a master's, was I was doing a lot of advocacy, and I had a big platform. And people would invite me to so many things and come and give a keynote and come and give a speech, and they would write this talking points for me, or they would give me the facts, and I would look at the facts, and then I'd write a speech based on these facts, and then I would look at the facts, and I was like, wait, is this true? And I was constantly asking why, and I wanted to be more articulate and well-read, literate about what I was.
What subject did you get your master's in?
Chicano Studies, which is Mexican-American history in the United States. And I thought, I have a lot of questions, and I just want to understand where we've been so I can help my community go to where we need to be. And so that's what really inspired me to go back.
What did your master's degree give you that you didn't have before you earned it?
I think in my advocacy and my political activism that I wasn't just a dumb actress. You know, a lot of people are like, shut up and act. You know, you're an actress, what do you know? And I'm like, well, you're a dentist. Why don't you shut up and do teeth? You know, like, we're all citizens.
Yeah.
Like, we should all participate in democracy.
Yeah.
And so I did feel like I had to work a little harder to prove to people that we all should have an interest and a vested interest in what this country does and looks like for everybody. When I did get the microphone and the platform that I have, I was getting invitations, hundreds by the week, of, you know, save the dolphins in Japan and AIDS in Africa and you know, this thing is happening in Thailand, we gotta go. And I was like, yes, oh my God, that's important. The environment, like, everything's important. And I realized I could do anything, but I couldn't do everything. And I wasn't really making an impact in any of them. I was like going to this event, I was going to that event, and it wasn't until I was getting my master's that I was like, I really need to figure out where I'm gonna have effective, sustainable change, even if it's with one family, even if it's with one person. And that's when I started the Eva Longoria Foundation, focusing on Latinas, because I knew I wanted to help my community and I wanted to help the women of my community. You know, Latinos are the fastest growing demographic in the United States, and it's the women driving that growth. It's the women who are the CEOs of their household. They make the financial decisions, the educational decisions, the healthcare decisions. And so it was important for me to prepare that specific group for the future jobs of America, for this country, for the world. And so that's why I decided to zero in on Latinas. We're a pretty special group.
Yeah, I like that saying. It's like, don't go wide, go deep. Find one thing instead of trying to.
I got to do one thing really well.
A lot of people who get to the top of the mountain are happy and they just pack their bags and go. You're like, you're coming up here with me. I want you to come up here with me. Your foundation is about that, upward motion.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was just such movement of like leaning in, you know, lean in. And I was like, no, reach back. Like, you've got to pull people with you, and you can't just keep moving forward by yourself. You've got to look back, and you've got to say, who else is behind me? Keep the door open, let everybody in. And so that's what the foundation does, is really helping Latinas specifically reach their full potential. And it's a big idea, but like, when you just telling people you believe in their potential is huge. And then giving them the infrastructure and the tools to reach that potential.
Yeah.
It's like,
because confidence is something that you got when you were young, and that's been in you, which is why you're here. And it is an interesting thing. You're like, I want to help you too. You're not sure you can do it, but I believe you can do it.
Or people want permission, right? They go, you know, I want to do this, I just don't know if I can. And you go, I give you permission. Do you need somebody here to say you need permission to be great? I give you permission to be great. Go and be great. And then they feel like, okay, I can
do this.
Yeah.
Do you, I mean, you inspire people, you're inspiring me. So do you hear from people who say, because I saw that, because you did that, because you spoke here, will you tell me, I know you don't like to talk about that stuff, but just anything, it doesn't have to be a specific, but just the feeling of like that.
So gosh, a lot of times, so many times, and I get so many wonderful, beautiful people that come up to me in restaurants or somewhere random. I was like in Dubai, and some Chicana Mexican American came up to me and she's like, I'm studying here because you spoke at Harvard and you said to travel the world while you're young, right? Before kids, and like travel the world, go experience different cultures. And she told me that. She's like, and I'm here because of you. I was like, well, Dubai's a little far, but I'm glad you're here.
Glad you did it.
Or in my activism, I've had a lot of people off the streets, you know, waiters and valet and all sorts of people who just come up and they say, thank you for fighting for me. And then I go, oh. And then you're just reminded why you're doing it. You know, they feel like they don't have a voice. I'm not speaking for them, but I encourage them to speak for themselves. And I think that's super rewarding.
So you decided you were going to learn Spanish. It wasn't spoken in your house, but you were going to learn it. When did you decide to learn it, and what was that process like for you?
Hard. But you know what? My second language is French because of my husband at the time was French. And so I learned French, and I was speaking French, and I was fluent in French, and I would do interviews in French. And then when I would do press, people go, right, but you're going to do an interview in Spanish, right? And I would be terrified. I would be like, I don't speak that well. And so it was because of that. Like, I wasn't feeling Mexican enough. Like, I felt a little bit of a fraud. Like, I was like, I'm Mexican. I don't speak Spanish. You know, I'm proud to be Mexican, but I don't speak Spanish. And language is such a big part of culture. Language is really an entryway into understanding a culture in its entirety. But at the same time, I don't think people need to feel less than if they don't speak their native tongue. I think you can still have, like I did. I had such ties to being Mexican, even though I didn't speak. And so I just had this sudden urge to, like, I need to speak Spanish. I need to speak Spanish. And I was 40 when I started.
Wow.
And now I'm fluent because I live in Mexico City, but it's been 10 years of learning. It was a journey when it was hard, but it's been one of the greatest accomplishments of my life is to be able to do an interview in Spanish, to talk in Spanish, to argue politics in Spanish. Like, I feel like now I can.
You got the hang of it?
Now I got the hang of it. I'll still make mistakes, but I don't care.
Cool. So you don't stop. That's your life. Look, you are directing this film, which I am excited about. Just first of all, just tell me about it.
It's a biopic.
Yes.
It's the true story of Richard Montanez, who had a huge hand in developing the #1 snack in the world, which is the Flaming Hot Cheeto.
Of course.
And he was a Mexican janitor who worked at the factory and spent 42 years at PepsiCo working his way up. And it's really a movie exploring the theme of how opportunity is not distributed equally. Everybody can have talent, but not everybody gets the opportunity. And he really faced a lot of adversity in his life that said, no, ideas don't come from people like you.
Like you, God.
Or, no, that job isn't for somebody who looks like you. And he always was like, but why not? But why not? But why not? And so his tenacity and drive is so inspiring and motivational. Like, this is not the history of the Cheeto. This is the story of Richard Montanez, and it's beautiful.
I love that you chose that. Was that a layup when you learned about it? You're like, that's the one.
That's the one.
You can tell.
Everybody goes, how did you find this story? I said, no, this story found me. And it was one of the few times that I read something and I said, only I can do that. I am the one that's going to bring this story. I have to do it. And so my agent was like, you should go in on it. You're not going to get the job. Not because she didn't believe in me. Yeah. She was just like, look, you haven't done a feature. You don't really have the body of work to prove you can do this story. And I said, well, I don't have the body of work until I do the movie. And so I basically, like acting, I auditioned and told them my vision and pitched them my ideas and showed them everything I wanted to do and how I wanted to bring his story to life. And they finally hired me to do it, and then we did the movie.
That's what you do. Yeah. You don't ever stop. That's why you're sitting here.
Yeah.
You're like, they said no. So here's what I did. I mean, so far, that's like your thing.
They said I couldn't get a job.
No.
So I did a different pitch.
So then I went ahead and I got it.
I got an idea. It's a spicy chip. It's gonna change everything. It will save our factory. And you're a janitor. No, hang on.
I said, I want to make a movie that makes people leave the theater feeling inspired, feeling like they should have a conversation about what are they scared of and what can I accomplish, what can I conquer? And that's the movie we made. It's going to make people feel really good in a time where I think people need to feel good.
People do. And lastly, is there a quote or a mantra or something that you live by that is kind of front and center for you? I know you've got
so
a lot.
many. I have so many. Give me my iPhone. I have a list. No, but probably the one I love most, and it's probably my daily guide is Maya Angelou, and she says, people will forget what you did, they're going to forget what you said, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And I never forgot that.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
I feel good.
Oh, good. That makes me feel good.
Oh, I feel good.
queen of country music, 50 million albums sold. You've got this business empire. You don't appear to be slowing down at all. TV shows. This work ethic that you have had for so long, where does that come from?
Well, it comes from mom and daddy. They're hard workers. They both started with absolutely nothing. Daddy would win a roping and come back to the house, and he'd go across the highway and pay his grocery bill. Then he would go pay on a note, and then he'd try to buy more cattle or more land. And they started with nothing and got up to about 20,000 acres until he started kind of selling a few here or there. And now all four of us kids have really nice properties where we get to live. And Alice lives on hers, Paix lives on his, and Susie lives on hers. And mine's there, and we use it for baling hay and deer hunting and wild hog hunting. And it's just a way of life here that I absolutely come home to get to visit with.
As I understand it, you grew up on a ranch about 15 miles out of town, and you would come into Atoka. What was it like back then, this little town?
Well, it was just a bigger town than I grew up in, but Atoka was the big town where you got your dry cleaning and groceries and banking. Mom and Daddy did banking there, and then McAllister. I was born in McAllister, went to school at Kiowa, lived at Limestone Gap, Chalky, and Stringtown, and here in Atoka, and went to school at Durant, all on Highway 6975. So that's my life.
You grew up on one highway?
Yeah.
Was it always your dream to get out of Atoka?
No, I loved Oklahoma. It was a divorce, and he wasn't going to leave, so I left. And I went to Nashville, and that was where my job was. I mean, I was doing fine touring out of Oklahoma. It's centrally located. But I just thought it was time to make a move.
And now we're back.
Yeah.
And let's talk about why we're back.
Okay.
How did this come to be?
Well, they came to me wanting to know if I want to do a restaurant, and I said, absolutely not. I don't know anything about the restaurant business. Heard it's really a lot of work, and I'm not that good a cook anyway. But then they kept talking, and then they talked to me about getting the Choctaw Nation as my partners. And another thing that was so interesting to me is that the town was for it. The city council, Carol Irwin told me that, everybody is for it. We're going to get behind it. We need this growth to revitalize the town. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. We came in, looked at this building, and it was a lot of pigeons were living here and a lot of pigeon poop. And we looked at it and decided to go for it. So it's 15,000 square feet, 3 floors, so 5,000 each floor. A lot of history. This was a Masonic temple on the 3rd floor. And it's just turned into a very warm, fun place to come to. It's got a great spirit to it.
Kind of like Atoka.
Yeah, very friendly people.
Why was it so important for you to have the Choctaw Nation as a part of this, as a partner in this?
They've got the experience of what works, what does not work. They're highly successful. I like them a lot. I like working with them because I got to know them when I'm down there doing my concerts at their casino. It was a guaranteed cushion. Made me feel secure. Made me feel it wasn't all on my back. Any artist that lends their name or is in a partnership always takes the risk of failure. But with this many people involved that are so positive, so gung-ho, so talented, so smart, and so eager to succeed, I wanted to jump on that bandwagon immediately.
Can you tell us about how your parents met here?
Well, Mom and Daddy, they both grew up around Limestone Gap, just up the road on Highway 6975. And Mom and Daddy knew each other from school, but Daddy said one day he passed by their place, Grandma and Grandpa's place, and saw Mama carrying a big old 5-gallon bucket, I guess to slop the hogs or something. He said, she could fit in my program.
When he saw her carrying the hog slop bucket, that was all he needed.
Love at first sight.
Wow. It's a different time.
Yeah,
It's a different
and they both went to Limestone Gap School, but we were down here in Atoka a lot. We had friends down here. The movie theater was
Yeah.
a very popular place for all of us to go. That's where we all went to see the movies.
And then you come back in March of 2020. What was happening then?
Well, Mama had just passed away, and I came back to help. I had been here for two weeks before she passed, and then I knew it was coming, and I was putting a tour together. And I said, I don't want to be here when she passes. So I said my goodbyes, and I went back to Nashville, and we rehearsed. And Susie called me, said, she's gone on. I said, okay. So I came back, and I was helping plan the funeral, and Susie and Alice and I were down at Brown's Funeral Home, and they said, I don't think we're going to be able to have the funeral. And I said, why? I said, well, because of COVID. So sure enough, here this thing snowballs. So I stay up at the home place, Mom and Daddy's place there in Stringtown, and Susie and I are going through each room, cleaning it all out and separating things. And Susie was doing the business part, and I was separating pictures and knickknacks and memorabilia. And I stayed there and then stayed up at Susie and Mark's house there at Chalky on the old home place. And it was just a time of reconnecting. It was just what we needed with Mama gone.
Why didn't you want to be here when she passed away?
I didn't want to see it. There was 14 members of the family. See, I just feel it's been 3 years. I just didn't want to see her go. I mean, when she was here and I stayed that 2 weeks with her, I slept with her. We'd cuddle and I'd say, Mom, what am I going to do? It's all about me now. I said, what am I going to do when you leave? She said, oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Because she's always been my rock. She told me I was her favorite, and then Alice said she told her the same thing, so did Susie and Peg. So she's a good mama.
What was she like?
Tough, funny. All the grandkids loved her. She'd have a drink with you, cut up, have funny stories. When her nerves were a little bit tense, I'd look over and say, Mom, you need a little shot of whodunit? And she said, yeah. And I said, okay, well, where's your whiskey? And she looked over at Luke Casey. She said, come here, her granddaughter, my niece. She said, go in there in my bathroom, dirty clothes hamper. At the bottom, bring me that bottle of Crown. I said, why do you have your whiskey in the dirty clothes hamper? She said, you think them boys are going to go in there and find it there? I said, good point.
Great point. Great point. And this is what I think a lot of folks would find striking. I mean, you made it big, I mean, you're the queen of country music. You're in Nashville. You're in Beverly. But you came back to Atoka after your mom died. Why?
It's home. Lots of great memories. It's a great place to grow up, raise kids, raise your family. Sometimes I wonder what it'd have been like if I hadn't left and gone on to Nashville. What would be different? But you can't look back. Hindsight's 20/20.
You didn't just keep ties. You decided, you know what? I'm gonna help Atoka come back. How did that come to be?
I've been working with the folks down in Sherman Denison for quite a while, since the early 80s. We have the Reba Ranch House down there. It's kind of like a Ronald McDonald House. We had a Reba rehabilitation mammography unit, the rehab center, and then the mammography unit that would go around and test women that couldn't make it into town or to a hospital. So I've been doing a lot of things like that, southeastern Oklahoma, northeast Texas. But when Carol came to me about the restaurant, I said, no. Then she says, it will really help the town. It'll help Atoka County. It'll help surrounding areas. Well, when you put it to me that way, if it'll help other people, I was for it 100%. And as I said, with the Choctaws being a part of it, and that was going to make it more fun. I love being in business with the Choctaw Nation. And the people here are just hardworking, good people. So Mama always said, and Red Stegall said this too, always surround yourself with people who are smarter than you and who are good people and have your best interest at heart. And that's what we have here in Atoka, Oklahoma.
Why did you think that this would be such a great way to honor Mama?
She loved Atoka. She came down a lot. She had lots of friends here. And then with her books, Mama could read 5 books at one time. She'd have one in the bathroom by her bedside, in the living room, probably one in the car, just in case. And she could keep up with all the stories. So books were a thing that she absolutely loved. That's the only thing she really collected that I know of, except little bottles of shampoo and conditioner from the hotel room. I found sacks and sacks of that kind of stuff. She was a hoarder.
Is this the
Library?
collection?
Yeah.
These
This is not all of them. Oh, somebody had a little accident. A lot of these books I gave Mama. And when we were going through them, this was probably one of my jobs, other than cleaning out her bedroom and the bathroom and hall closets and everything. We're taking care of the books. I went through every one of them, and I had them all put in, like Mary Higgins Clark's was one of her favorite authors, and she had tons of them. So I had all of her books together. James Patterson, I had them all together. And as you can see, they mixed them up here, which I think is really cool.
But Reba, so folks can come in and borrow a book and just bring it back?
I don't know if they've ever done that or not.
Okay.
We were worried about people just coming there and taking them, but Alice said, you know what? If they need a book, let them take a book and they can read it and bring it back. Or if they have some books that they want to donate, they can also.
She was quite the prolific reader.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She was a school teacher. Yeah, she was a school teacher and loved to read. That was her most favorite. I could even tell you which room some of these books were in her house. Yeah.
She's smiling on this for sure, though.
Yeah.
What a great way to honor Mom.
Yeah.
That is.
Okay, so here is our merchandise floor and memorabilia everywhere, like I told you. We got sparkles, sequins.
Of course we got
camouflage.
sparkles and sequins.
Look at that.
And did you pick out a lot of this stuff?
No, I let the people who are good at that do their thing.
Yeah.
Every time I come up here, they've got some things up here that I think I just can't live without.
Yeah. Reba, I mean, that's beautiful. Some
Isn't it pretty?
rhinestones.
Yeah.
But this you wore.
I did. Yeah, on the right, of course, Annie Get Your Gun. On the left, that was my first outfit that my bus driver's wife, Millie Wilson, made for me.
And you remember all of this?
Oh, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing to me. When folks come in and enjoy Reba's place, what do you want them to experience? What do you want them to take away?
A great experience. I want them to take away fun memories, souvenirs, great food, talk about it all the way home. Because there's a lot of things to do here, walking around looking at all the memorabilia. I'm a pack rat. Mama was a pack rat. I am too.
Why was it so important to have so much of your past as part of this place?
Well, one thing, I've got warehouses that I needed to get them out of there and put them somewhere. I kept thinking one of these days we'll have a museum. And because a few years back, I stopped auctioning off my outfits and stuff. I kept thinking, you know, we're going to need it somewhere. And sure enough, here we are. But you're talking about decor a while ago. The doors, they were the doors that were on the second floor in the apartments. And so, and they've got numbers on them. And so we kept them. They're in the bathroom. They're in between the booths. And it's just another thing to talk about. Everything needs a story.
Yeah.
It's like a country song or a good book has got the greatest story. So when you walk into Reba's place, there's lots of things that will, one question will really spur on a great story.
How involved were you in the planning of the building, the renovation, the menu here, the decor?
Very, very involved with it. Picked out the fabric for the curtains on the booths, the leather, the pleather, everything. We're getting drapes in here because this afternoon sun's really hot. The chandeliers.
A little birdie told me you've been quite hands-on. And here's the thing, as you know, you could have just written the check and everything would have been just fine. No. Reba she really had to get involved.
People who know me, when they walk in and they text me and they say, oh yeah, we knew you'd pick that. You picked that over there, didn't you? And I said, oh yeah, that was what I wanted. It's very important for people to know that I have a lot to do with this. And again, here I go back with Red Stegall and Mama saying, surround yourself with smart people and talented people, smarter than me. Chef Curtis, amazing. Garrett Smith takes charge and helps Chef. It's a wonderful team. And the thing I'm really proud of, there are kids working here that some of them never worked in a restaurant before. They're getting that special training. And some of them might not have ever sat at the dining room table with their family. And they're serving people at a dining room table. So they're learning, and they're learning a trade, a craft. And that's very important. Whether they do or do not go to college, they're learning a trade.
I understand that local musicians play here.
Yeah.
Why was that so important?
Well, Reba's place, McEntires are not only ranchers and rodeo people, but singers, musicians. And so I thought it was very important to have music. And it seems to be a great drawing tool. And we have different people come in. Paik even comes in and entertains every once in a while. Susie and Mark. But, across the street, down the street, there's people coming in and playing. Ella Doby, Philip Miller, I grew up with him. He owns that down there. And it's just the way people are used to that. And I didn't want to be somebody that came in and didn't have music. And besides, I wanted it to be a small enough stage where it's not going to be a huge band, but it's going to be an acoustic set where people can eat, talk, and still listen to the music.
Have you performed here yet?
Yeah. Had a blast doing it.
How cool.
It was a surprise, total surprise. And so the band came in and they set up, and then I came walking in, and it was really fun. So we stayed over the next day to do it again, Nobody thinking, oh, she left town. But I walked through and everybody was just eating. And I got up and I started singing Can't Even Get the Blues, and I saw people go. It was funny.
What's been the response so far?
People come here as a destination, not just because there's thousands of people that pass by on this road every day. They came as a destination, whether it's a 90-year-old grandma that wants to have her birthday here or a little kid that you'd think would be going to Chuck E. Cheese. No, they want to go to Reba's place for their birthday party. They're coming from all over the country.
I heard that during one of your trips here, during the renovation of the building, you had to be rescued. What happened?
Well, we were up here on the 3rd floor, and the renovation had already kind of started by, when I say renovation, cleaning out. And there was a lot of traffic on these back stairs. And this is 1907, I think, when this building was built. So those stairs were not that sturdy, I guess. So Rex and I had come down from the 3rd floor, and we had gone down the stairs, and we were on the 2nd floor, and we were going around to go down the stairs again. And there was a ceiling fan, looked like something in the Bahamas. And I said, hey, Rex, come here, look at this. What if we took this down and kept it when we get through with the renovation and everything and put it back up? That'd be, whoa. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. If we hadn't stopped for that ceiling fan, we were going to be on that stairwell, smashed between floors. And so we were stuck. You know, we were hollering out the windows, and I said, how are we going to get down? They said, oh, don't worry, we're going to call the fire department. And I thought, you know, one of them inflatable big things, and I can do a swan dive and flip. And of course, I can't do any of that. But they said, how about a ladder? And I said, oh, okay, I'll do that too.
Yeah.
So we went down the ladder and made the news.
But even after you nearly died in the building during the renovation, you decided to stick with it? There was never any consideration of walking away?
No, when you have something like that, you better believe that everything's going to be totally reinforced, going to be stronger than ever, because everybody's really attentive and they know they've got to fix anything that is not perfected. Perfectly stout and able to have people coming up down the stairs or the elevator, anything. It's got to be safe.
So you didn't have any misgivings, even after the...
I think it was kind of a godsend to me in every way. Number one, it's a great story. Number two, nobody was hurt. And then number three, everybody knew this is an old building. We've really got to take care of putting it back together, stouter and better than ever.
This place where we're sitting right now, it's the linchpin of a comeback, of a small town. I mean, I've heard the traffic's picked up. You've employed 130 people here. You're having quite the impact. How does that make Reba McEntire feel?
Well, it makes Reba McEntire feel like she made a great decision with the people who made everything happen. I may be the name, I may be the drawing power, but man, they've got to be here day in, day out, 7 days a week, 11 to 9, making sure that everything's okay. They show up 4 o'clock in the morning to make the bread, the crackers, everything that you're going to eat today. They made it sourced out of local farmers, local ranchers. It's the Choctaw beef. It's all right here, keeping it local, and I'm very proud of that. Chef was telling me that when he started the menu, and I'd send him recipes that Rex and I had made there at home in Nashville, and he'd try them out and said, okay, that's going to go on the menu. He said when he was trying everything out, he thought he'd going to gain a lot of weight. He lost weight because there's no preservatives. It's all good, healthy food.
How much of all of this is also, perhaps, about keeping you connected to Atoka, keeping you connected to your past?
Well, one thing I can answer that with, Alice always said, oh, good, now you'll be coming home more often. True. You know, I got a business, but I want to see my family too. Alice, Peyton, Susie, and I, we're real tight. I think even more tight since Mom and Daddy passed, especially since Mama passed. We had to grow up. We're orphans now.
What do you think your mama would make of all this?
Oh, shoot, Mom and Daddy both would have been down here every day. She'd been up there reading a book. All right, I'm going to go down. It's about time for my little Crown 7. Yeah, she'd loved it. Daddy would too. He'd be holding court down there telling stories.
Folks who are watching this, who've heard about how Reba McEntire's helped save her tiny town, what do you want them to take away from this story?
Well, I want them to take away that Reba didn't do this. Reba was a small part that was willing to be a part of a great story, a successful story, one that's still growing, one that's still thriving, and one that's talked about all over the state of Oklahoma, because people are coming from all over, from Oklahoma and surrounding states. Oh, I forgot to tell you this. When I was playing Madison Square Garden April 15th, Garrett told me that people were stopping in here to Reba's place on their way to see me in Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
How about that? Now that made me feel really, really good. My fans are the best.
What do you hope that this helps turn Atoka into?
A family place. I hope people come back into the town proper and bring their families. Come to school here. Great schools. They're really wonderful schools. They're wonderful churches. It's a great place to raise a family. And to get back in here and to revitalize downtown and the surrounding areas, it's already happening, and it's fun to watch.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
First of all, can you believe you're here? How far you've come?
I've come a ways, yes. Yeah, it's hard to believe, and sometimes I just want to, like, pinch myself, or someone will be introducing me, and I literally well up because it's so much different from where it started. I started.
it feels like it's not that far from you at any given time, that young girl who was in and out of prison and feeling hopeless.
Yeah, she's not far. She's with me and drives me to make sure that other women don't feel like that walking out of a prison door, that they have something to go to, something to hold on to, something to help them rebuild their future.
Do you ever imagine what it would be like if you could somehow go back in time and whisper to her, Susan, just you wait, what you're gonna do?
Yeah. You know, as I go back in time, I knew there was something different, but I just didn't know how to get to that different. And it took continual suffering and questioning to find that different.
Tell me a little of your story. I mean, your story is unique, it's your story, and then it's also a story that unfortunately gets repeated so often to this day. But you were a young girl who grew up in poverty and abuse.
Yeah, let me go back. I was born into violence, born into poverty, born into so many unfortunate circumstances, abuse, neglect, things that happen in the projects. That's common in those projects. And I had to learn to navigate, to hold on to myself, to my sanity, to hope. And then I lost my son. His name was Marquet. And I could no longer hold on. I began to drink. I drank to drown the pain and the grief of losing a child. It escalated to drug use, and for the drug use, I was incarcerated. And I'd leave prison, and I'd hope that there would be another life for me, but there were no doors open, no one to help me after, so much harm had been done to me. And, I would inevitably return to prison. And this happened over and over and over again.
6 times.
6 times it happened until I found help.
What was it like in prison?
I experienced prison, I imagine, much like my ancestors that came here and were stripped from everything that was familiar to them. I was stripped of my identity. I was stripped of my choice. I was stripped of my freedom. I was made to work. I was stripped of my dignity. I remember literally being stripped and my whole body examined as I was locked up and chained up and carted off to prison. It's such a painful experience to be punished for grief. Such a painful experience.
When you would leave prison, I'm sure you were thinking, I never want to come back to this place. And then what would happen?
Savannah, the last time I left prison, the guard said to me, Burton, you'll be back. I'm keeping this bed for you. And I said, no, I won't be back. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get a job. I'm gonna get my life together. I'm not coming back here. And he said, the only place you'll ever work is in a prison. And while I rejected on the surface what he said, my response was, oh no, I'm not coming back. The reality is that I was not prepared to change the trajectory of my life. The reality is that what he said is what our nation has created, this turnstile of incarceration for people because There's an overinvestment in incarceration and punishment, and an underinvestment in resources, reentry supports, especially for women.
You were able to get help for your addiction that set you out on this path toward healing. But what was it that made you want to go back and put a hand out? You didn't do it years and years later when you had it all made.
No.
You did it while you were still fighting.
Yes.
You said, let me go back and bring some friends, bring some others with me.
Yeah. When I realized that there was a solution and people in other communities got an opportunity for that solution. See, where I got sober in Santa Monica, people weren't incarcerated for substance use. They went to treatment. They got a court card. They got a diversion program. And I thought, why isn't this happening in my community where it's so needed? And I left the recovery home and I got a job and I saved my money and I bought a little house and then I'd go down to the bus station. I wanted to stop the unnecessary pain and suffering of women who were being released from incarceration. I wanted to help bring families and safety back to our community. I wanted to instill hope that I had been robbed of so many times. I wanted to give it back. I knew I could not turn back all the years of pain and suffering that I had experienced, but I could stop another woman from having to experience the same pain over and over and over again just by providing her a place to live, some support and community, just by offering her a clean environment that was drug and alcohol free, an environment where she could belong.
When people come now to one of your houses or one within the network, what is the arrangement? How does it work?
So when people come to a new way of life, when a woman comes to a new way of life, we welcome her. We ask her how we can help her. We ask her what are her dreams and her goals. And many times right off, there aren't any, or people aren't accustomed to being asked those questions or treated in a manner which welcomes them. We ask, do you want something to eat? Sit them down, and then we begin to work with them to get their government documents, to connect them to health care, connect them to school or the workforce development, to have them just, belong somewhere safe.
When you think about it, what you're offering, what you do is, it's so much easier than incarcerating people over and over again. It makes so much more sense to help them transition to a new way of life than to just throw them to the streets and say, well, good luck.
Yes, it's just such a no-nonsense, simple approach that allows a person to feel a part of the community and valued. These are single-family homes where people women can come and live and create community, a place to belong, a place to come back to have dinner after they've been out to work or to school. It's allowing people to know they matter and they count. And it's not as costly as it is to incarcerate and punish. When you walk out of a prison, you're hurt, you're harmed, you're not ready to engage and be a taxpayer. You're dependent. So the outcome is so different.
Well, paint a picture for, because if you're walking out of prison, you likely don't have a dress, which means you can't probably get a job.
Yeah.
There are many, many jobs that won't hire somebody who has a prison record or a criminal record. Maybe you don't know how to even get your government documents, your ID, a driver's license. How does it feed on itself?
I mean, you walk out of a prison gate, you have no ID. You have no social security card. You have no address. In order to get an ID, you need a birth certificate. In order to get a social security card, you need an ID. So getting those things without stability, without an address, is next to impossible. And I used to be so down on myself, like, why can't you make it? Why can't you get it together? What's wrong with you? What I discovered, there's nothing wrong with me. There's not anything wrong with us. It's something wrong with a world that puts people in prison, sends them back unprepared, and then beats them over the head with no, 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 you can't have a job. No, you can't get housing. No, you can't get an ID. Yes, you have to have a birth certificate. I mean, the obstacles that are piled up against a person is excruciatingly impossible to get, and it's painful to experience. So we're gonna take you to get an ID. We're gonna take you to get a birth certificate. We're gonna educate employers about the value you bring. People coming home from prison they're hungry to work. They wanna prove themselves. They wanna be a part of society. So we're gonna be a good employee. We're gonna be a good student. I mean, we're gonna show up in our full selves, with our best selves, given the opportunity to be a part of. So if you want a good employee, give a formerly incarcerated person a chance.
Susan, do you remember the moment that you realized it's not just me, what happened to me, it's a whole system?
Yeah.
It's bigger than one person.
Yeah. In the first house, my house that I got, I was working and supporting the women. We had created community. It was like 11 of us living in that little house. And we were happy. We were laughing together. We were crying together. We were going to meetings together. We were cooking together, recovering together. And there was one woman who had did everything that she could possibly do to get her child back. And the thing that she couldn't do was to find a house or an apartment that she could afford to be reunited with her child. And she lost her child. The court terminated her parental rights. because she had no place. And that set me on a trail of, beginning to really examine our country's laws and politics and what it sent me deeper and deeper. So once I realized that I wasn't a bad person, I was a sick person and I could get recovery. Once I realized that people could do everything right and still be punished because they had a criminal record. Once I realized that we as a community could recover, and why didn't we get the opportunity to recover instead of punished for a substance abuse or mental illness? It began an awakening and deeper awakening. And then I read this book called The New Jim Crow. And that was another just level of healing and forgiveness for myself. Now, I had forgiven other people for wrongs they had did me. But then I began to really forgive myself for some of the chances I had taken or some of the options I had exercised, and really understand that those were options.
What is it like to go now and see, the houses that a New Way of Life runs, but also now there's a whole network of houses around the country that were born of this idea that you, Susan, had.
Yes.
What is it like to see this flourish?
For me to see all of the changes that have sprouted out all around the nation, all around the world, because I cared enough and I loved enough to make a different type of investment. It's just, I'm in awe sometimes. But I have to keep my feet kind of grounded and say that this is what should happen and this is what needs to happen, and hoping that other people take a cue from it and also change the investment to support compassion and be sensible about how we're investing. States are spending billions and billions and billions of dollars on incarcerating people and very little on reentry. It just does not make sense. And this reentry is real community safety.
You wrote a book.
I wrote a book.
This is your story.
This is my story.
It's their story.
Yes.
And you go to prisons. And what do the women say to you when they see you?
When I go to prisons, the women stand up with tears in their eyes and say thank you. They say, the same things happened to me as a little girl. They say, please come start a home in our community. They say, can I come to a New Way of Life when I'm released? Just so many things. They say they're inspired. They're hopeful now. So many things they say.
Did you ever see that guard again?
I did go back and see that guard again.
And what did he have to say when he saw what you had become?
Yes, yes. So what I can say is that he saw me coming back all right. He saw me coming back leading women to freedom. Yes.
What a moment.
Yes.
And he recognized you?
I don't know if he recognized me and put the words together that he had last said to me, but I know he recognized me as someone who had been incarcerated and had came back.
Sometimes you actually go to the bus stop in Los Angeles near Skid Row.
Yes.
And you meet women.
Yes.
Coming back, getting out of prison, just like you did all those years ago.
Yes.
What's it like when you can walk up to them and say, I have a better way for you?
Yeah. So going down to the Greyhound bus station, meeting women as they walk off the bus with their whole life in an envelope, saying, girl, come on, I have a bed, I have a home that is drug and alcohol free, that you can have a bed there, you can come and join our community and start a new life. It's like, wow. Yeah.
What is it about you that you did go back? And lots of people might have just said, I'll just take care of myself. I'm gonna go on.
I probably could have, stayed in Santa Monica and walked along the beach and had a nice little life. But Savannah, I had found a solution to a problem that many, many people didn't know and were continuing to suffer. I felt like I had a responsibility to share that solution and solve some problems, some deep problems in our community, to repair some of the harms of mass incarceration, repair the harms of the war on drugs, repair the harms of disinvestment in communities that, like South LA, and like right here in Westchester. I feel so happy and fulfilled with what I've done with my life once I got sober. I feel so much meaning and purpose that it's just not about me. It's about what I can do in the world to make the world a better place. So let's not just, walk away. We're here and we live for a purpose. Let's invest in more than ourselves. I feel so fulfilled. And, I think that my creator says, Miss Burton, job well done. Susan, job well done,
My good and faithful servant. Well done.
My good and faithful servant. Well done.
You inspire so many people. What inspires you?
I'm inspired by the impact that my life can have. I'm inspired by the children. One of our residents, who is now an employee, daughter got into Stanford. And she wrote a paper about her mother and me. And the paper got an A. And I'm inspired to see what she's gonna do in the world. But I saw she really got it. And she said in that paper, if her mother hadn't gotten to a new way of life, that she probably wouldn't have made it to school.
You have many daughters and sons in your legacy, don't you?
I do. I have a whole village. Daughters, nieces, nephews, children, so many, yes.
Susan, you showed the way.
Yeah. To be sitting here with you today, after all that I've gone through, I understand what a miracle it is to be able to pull out and pull through and stand up and reach back and have the level of love, the level of understanding and compassion for my community, for women like me, for the community to be better. I mean, somewhere along the line, people don't recover like I recovered. But I think that being able to love and forgive has allowed me the strength, the courage to move forward to where we are, sitting right here, me and you.
Me and you.
Me and you, yes.
Hello.
Hi. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Isn't this crazy all the way to the West Coast?
Well,
I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad to see you.
Sitting across from you, I'm going to tell you right now, is a privilege and an honor.
What are
It
you
is
saying,
a
woman?
privilege and an honor. Okay. One word that you would use to describe yourself.
Ebullient.
Ebullient. Why that word?
Because it's my nature. I never used to be like this, but I have come to appreciate every little moment.
Describe, you said you weren't always like that. Describe who the little girl was.
Oh, the little girl, Rosita Dolores Alverio, was fearful, felt very unworthy, felt without value. Not necessarily my mom's fault, it was the fault of the times that anybody who came from Puerto Rico was not a good person. And I learned that very, very early. And I learned it too well.
What was the first time you learned that you remember?
I think I was 5 when my mom had brought me to America. We lived in New York City and in the ghetto, Hispanic ghetto. And on the way to kindergarten, I noticed that little gangs of white boys were just gathered there, it seems, to tease and make deeply unhappy little girls, mostly little girls who pass by on the way to school and say bad names. And they were very scary.
And you just tucked it away.
Yeah.
Tucked it away.
And the trouble with tucking is that it sits there and festers, and you wonder why do I feel so bad about myself?
So this little girl who had all these feelings had a spark in her. She loved to perform. Like, what was it about the experience of performing that turned the lights on for you?
That's easy to answer. Grandpa in Puerto Rico, abuelo, used to have me dance to records. Remember records?
Of course.
I used to love to boogie, and shake my little tush. And he would hug me and kiss me, and everybody in the family would say, "Isn't she adorable?" And I thought, this is nice. I could do with more of this. Truly.
Did you like being Hispanic?
Not for a long time. Once I came to America,
yeah,
I perceived that it was not a good thing to be Hispanic. And for years and years and years, I battled that.
How did you try to hide it?
I tried very much to hide it. I tried to be very American. I tried to be up to date in things, whatever that happened to be, whether it was fashion or little funny sayings that Americans would make up,
And you chose a career that would put you into the spotlight, so that would highlight again.
But I didn't know that. I didn't know that. All I knew was I want to be Elizabeth Taylor.
That's what you thought?
Yeah, we were the same age, more or less.
Yeah.
And she was beautiful beyond reason. I thought it was entirely possible. Until people tell you when you're young that it can't be, you believe it can.
So you wanted to be Elizabeth Taylor, you wanted to be on stage, on screen, and it started happening for you. But you, again, you had a name that your agent thought was not going to work. He was like, not this name.
So the casting director at MGM, where I was under contract, said, Rosita Alvario? He said, no. He says, that's too Italian. Rosita Alvario, okay. So he said, we got to change your name. We finally settled. He said, who's your favorite actress at that time? And I said, Rita Hayworth. He said, we'll call you Rita. And he said, that last name really sucks. I said, my stepfather's last name, Moreno. So that's what it became, Rita Moreno.
So you were getting parts, and you were getting a lot of roles, but the roles seemed to have a common thread.
Yeah.
The thread was...
Native girls.
Yes.
At first it was great. Anything would be good.
Sure.
anything. I'd be in a movie. Everything was new and thrilling and delightful. And I looked prettier than I'd ever looked because the makeup was perfect. And then more and more, I kept having to learn how to do accents. And the makeup got darker and darker and darker. And all because of my name. And I began to see a pattern emerge, and it began to make me very sad. And there was no way that I knew to make that turnaround.
Because it was
American Indian girls,
right.
island girls,
A little
always illiterate. They
immoral.
didn't know how to speak. They had to have accents that nobody even taught me. So they would all sound like these. Even if they were Egyptian, they would sound Puerto Rican.
What did that do when you were cast in those roles and you realized this is the box I'm in? This is the box I'm in.
Right.
What did it do to your soul, your self-esteem?
It was really seriously at risk. And as I began to see that the girls I always had to play were always illiterate, they always had accents, they always had dark skin. But you know, I was so naive. I was that little Bronx girl that they said, you know, you want to sit in the mud here and, you know, put it on your face? Okay.
Whatever you ask.
I don't like the way it feels, but okay.
It sounds like that thread of just saying, okay, happened in your career as well when it was, you know, sexual harassment obviously was rampant in Hollywood.
Oh.
But when you're young and naive and just all you want to do is be accepted,
right?
You were like the perfect prey for some of these men.
I had a studio head. I was like 21 or something. And he took one look at me and he thought, ooh, yum, yum. I was really afraid. This is what's so sad about me then. I was deeply afraid that I might get talked into having an affair with him, that I would get talked into by him, simply because he was so powerful. Not because I wanted a break in films or anything, nothing like that, but because he would just overpower me. I was really scared to death that I'd somehow allow myself to get trapped.
When those things happened to you in Hollywood, and they did, how did you emerge?
The only thing that saved my life, I know it, and I say this in my documentary, was psychotherapy.
Yeah.
It was Marlon Brando, with whom I had a 8-year on-off relationship, who said to me one day, you really need help. You need to see someone.
Was he at that point, or as you reflect on your life, was he the love of your life?
Oh, he was the lust of my life.
Marlon Brando was the lust of your life.
My husband was the love of my life. Marlon was the lust of my life. And that part of it was exceptional. You know, oh, wow, that was incredible. And he was really also a very interesting man. He was very funny. Humor has always meant a great deal to me. Humor to me is sexy. Why is it sexy? Because I always think that a man who can be fast on his feet with humor can protect me.
I mean, to read about and to learn about your love, your lust for Marlon Brando at that time, that was so intense that it actually drove you at one point
to take pills to try to do away with my life. That's right.
That just took my breath away, Rita.
Yeah, it nearly took mine away as well, permanently. He kept disappointing me, but you know, let's put things in proper perspective. You let things happen, all right? People aren't just mean to you. If you keep letting them disappoint you and hurt you, then there's something wrong with this relationship, including yourself. The straw that broke the camel's back, as they say, this one deception, this 100th deception, was in his bed, asleep, and I thought, I can't do this to myself anymore. I just can't do this. I felt so humiliated. And I went to his bathroom and looked in the medicine cabinet, and he took sleeping pills now and then. And I just stared at it for almost a half hour. And then I'd go back, and then I'd come back to it wasn't something impulsive.
Wow.
In that sense.
It took thought.
It took a long time
Wow.
because I thought, if you're going to do this, this is forever. This can be your last breathing moment. And I was in tears. And I finally opened the bottle and put, I think, about 10 pills in my hand and swallowed them. And I'm looking in the cabinet mirror all the time and saying, see, that wasn't so difficult. Oh, my God. Oh, it was just horrific. And, you know, luckily his assistant, Alice, found me. But I was close. I was close.
Wow.
God, I'm glad it's in the past.
I am too. When most people say your name, they immediately think West Side Story. Nobody worked harder for a part than you did.
There is no right or wrong. I had auditioned in every aspect of that part. And before I left the last audition, which was the acting one, they were very pleased with, he said, now, Rita, we have to do the dance audition. And he said, I have to tell you honestly, if you can't cut that, you don't get the part.
Oh, jeez.
So I ran to the local dancing school and took lessons all day long. I could barely afford it.
Jeez.
But I was in that dancing school like from 9 to 6 in the evening, to the point where one dance teacher said to me, don't come back to my class. He said, honey, you work so hard, you turn a funny shade of purple. She said, and I don't want anything to happen to my class. So she said, you're out.
Bye.
And I remember going to the bathroom, the ladies' room, and looking in the mirror, and sure enough, I was the color of your outfit.
That's how hard you worked?
It goes beyond red.
I know you want the part. I get it.
Yeah.
But what drove you to that?
I really felt it was my last chance to get something and do something that was meaningful. And I wanted that part so badly I could taste it. And I knew I could do it justice. I just knew that I would be a wonderful Anita if they'd just give me, because I was Anita.
Fast forward to Oscar night, your face when they announced your name. And you know what I loved about that moment? I mean, it was your moment, but it was not just your moment.
Oh, I love you for saying that.
It was not just your moment.
It was my people.
It was your people's moment.
Yes.
Oh my God, they cheered in Harlem. They cheered all over.
I have a girlfriend who told me that she lived in Harlem at the time.
Yeah.
And she says, normally it's a raucous place. When he came up to say Best Featured Actress, she said the place went dead quiet. You know what that is in the ghetto? That's amazing. It's weird. Maybe it's the end of the earth or something. And he announced my name, and the place went up in smoke, my neighborhood. People yelling out the windows, she did it, she did it. And you know, as a friend of mine said, what they were really saying was, we did it.
Oh, God, that makes me want to cry.
We did it.
Fast forward to this moment in time, you got to witness another beautiful
Anita
bring home an Oscar.
But I wasn't surprised.
You weren't?
Oh, no. I kept hinting to her, and I thought I shouldn't be doing this, but I thought, how can she not? And then the reviews were insane for her, as they were for me. I gave her every bit of support that I could. Don't think that I wasn't envious. I was.
You're so honest. I
but
love
what
it.
I loved about her being cast in it was Stephen picking an Afro-Latina in the role. There are tons of us around. She's remarkable. However, she's working all the time. I'm not.
Yeah, you didn't get work for 7 years or
Oh,
so
my goodness,
after.
I could get some if I wanted to do more gang stuff on a much lesser scale. But I suddenly thought, maybe I'm just not being represented correctly. So with his permission, my agent who was at William Morris, I made an appointment with another agent at William Morris. She said, so what do you want? And she was kind of tough and to the point. And I said, well, I was wondering, and it was this kind of thing.
Yeah.
I was wondering if maybe you might be interested in handling my career for a while. And there was an instant and harsh no. And then I said, can I ask why not? She said, you won't believe this. I can't believe anybody would say this. She says, because I don't think you have what it takes.
Oh my
God.
God.
The blood just drained from my head into a little pool around my ankles. And I said, thank you. I said, thank you. How I didn't manage to burst into tears at that time, I don't know.
I mean, first of all, you had won the Oscar when she said that?
And the Golden Globe.
To emerge from that and to come out after that and still grab yourself a Tony and grab yourself a Grammy in spite of that, like, that's inspirational. Like, how do you keep getting up?
You just do.
Because you know you're talented.
I do.
Yeah.
I've always believed, even at my most humble, and I was, let me tell you, really humble, I always believed that I had good stuff and that I was talented, that I needed someone, and I was so right. I needed someone to believe in me, but I never had that person.
Not only did you win the Oscar,
You're the first Latina to
I
win
have
the.
them all.
You got the EGOT.
I have the EGOT,
Emmy. What's that?
Grammy,
Oscar,
Tony, and then the one that really surprised me was the oh my gosh.
Which one? The Peabody?
Yes.
You got the Peabody.
It's crazy.
I mean, this is.
I wish my mom were here.
You know, you win all these awards. When you gave your Tony acceptance speech, you acknowledged not just who you had become, but who you were. You acknowledged Rosita. You acknowledged.
Well, I said that's right.
Yes.
I forgot that. I said, I'm not only am I proud.
Yes.
But Rosita Dolores Alverio is
Yes.
beside herself,
Yes.
or something like that.
Yes.
Yes.
That was, I just thought that was such a huge moment because you had not left anything behind, not that you ever did, but to stand on stage and speak it out loud was something precious, I thought.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
you're killing me. Will you marry me if I propose? I'll be good to you. I'll make you breakfast even.
You're so funny. You know what I was wondering? You talk about the little you, the little girl in you.
That's right. I call her Little Rosita.
Little Rosita.
She's the one who still lives in me. You know, everybody thinks that once you've had therapy, everything is swell. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. There's still there's something in me. I call her Little Rosita, who is always there to say, ha, 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 ha. I told you, I told you.
Told you what?
I told you you couldn't make it. I told you you couldn't do it. I told you you'd be embarrassed. All that lives in me. And as I say in the documentary, the measure of being mature is my ability now to send her to her room. Go to your room.
And you're still
But
sending
she's
her
still
off.
there. I don't think I'm completely healed, and I don't think I will ever be. I think I'm fragile in certain ways still. Very, very sensitive.
I love that you never got hard. It can
That's
do it.
not in me. I thank God for that because
Yeah.
honestly, I see a lot of people get that way.
Because I'm surprised with all the blows you took.
I remember thinking once when I was doing nightclubs in Vegas, and very often the audience would get up and stand up, and that's before it became the thing to do. And I remember going to my room, flush with all that, and the dressing room was so quiet, and there was nothing there for me except my husband calling and saying, "How are you tonight? How did it go?" And I realized that then. I remember having a moment, an epiphany, as it were, that I was very lucky.
Wow. Lenny was with you for years.
46 years.
46 years.
Yeah.
You got the career and you got the guy. Most times you choose.
Well, I got the guy, but then it turned into not a happy marriage because I felt that, it's what I say. I don't want to repeat myself, but it's what I say in the documentary. People make deals with each other that are never verbalized. And I was really also afraid that I would not be good on my own.
So you on your own voice, your own choices, your own decisions, nobody's putting their thumb on the scale, nobody's telling you what to do. How did you adjust to that life?
Being on my own?
Yeah.
It was easy. It was easy.
Yeah.
And it worried me because I came back. His demise happened in New York when I was in a hospital with him for about a month and a half, sleeping on one of those hideous cots where you can feel the floor. And I came home. I remember it was a beautiful sunny afternoon, and my assistant was there, Judy, and I said, "Give me a big glass of white wine." And I sat in my very pretty courtyard, and I just took in the sun, and I thought, I'm free. I can do anything I want now. Anything.
You know what I'm struck by, what I find so inspiring in this conversation, is your directness, your honesty. You say all the hard parts out loud.
But you know you have to. You have to, particularly if you're in my business, which is full of lies and deception. For your own mental health, I think you have to be truthful.
So as we sit here at 90 years old, what inspires you now? Like, what kinds of things inspire you?
Women.
Yeah.
Women. I have such an appreciation, a deep appreciation of women and what they have to go through to be successful in life. And that doesn't mean stars. That doesn't mean the head of corporation. Just handling their lives and being a parent. That takes enormous amount of work, and it's about time that we support it. See, that's what I love so much, that we are supporting each other.
Well, you've been marching and you've been fighting the good fight from the very beginning. You were there when Dr. Martin Luther King gave his I Have a Dream speech. There are life-changing moments.
Not more than 15 feet away from him, watching him do that speech.
Why was it important that you were there during that I Have a Dream speech?
Because it settled for me once and for all that I had a responsibility, that I had advantages that many, many people didn't. And I'd been there when I didn't, so I understood very well. I understood what this struggle was about.
I just want to think about your cool life and the things you've, not just the things you've witnessed, but the things you've participated in. Do you know at this point that you're worthy of everything you've achieved and everything?
Well, I certainly feel that I've earned everything that is wonderful and good and a reward.
Yeah.
I absolutely feel that that has not come cheaply. I've had to earn every bit of that, and I'm very proud of that.
And lastly, you've, as I keep repeating, you've changed the lives of so many people. Countless you'll never know. Most you'll never know.
It's astounding.
What is it?
Oh, I got to tell you
Tell
something
me.
else.
I want to know.
I had done a television interview, and I talked about my attempt at suicide.
Yeah.
About a year later, I was walking into the lobby of the Waldorf Astoria in New York, and I see somebody across the lobby, which is huge, go. So I walked toward them, and they ran toward me, and they held my hands, and they were in tears. It was a man. And he said, "Thank you." Oh, this is hard. He said, "Thank you. You saved my life."
Oh, jeez.
And that's when I thought, I just have to help in any way that I can. So, you know, words do have meaning, and when you have people playing with them and saying dreadful, untrue things, it's heartbreaking.
Well, you're a healer.
You know what? I think I am.
Too.
I think I am.
A healer. Okay, I think we need Kleenexes on aisle 1. So, Eva, there's a phrase that I love, and a friend of mine coined it, and it basically is, life gets greater later. I feel like I'm looking at you, and that's what I see. You're in a moment. You have a beautiful 4-year-old son.
I do.
You have found your purpose. What does life feel like being in this moment right now for you?
You know, it's so funny you say that, because I have always felt like my greatest success is ahead of me. Like, I can't wait for that to happen. You know, people look at me and they go, "Oh my God, what was it like being on that big show? And oh, you've accomplished so much," and like, as if my greatest success is behind me. And I'm like, oh, I mean, that was great, but like, wait till what's coming next. And that's my point of view in life. Like, I'm like, I can't wait to see what's around the corner. And I kind of live life that way. Like, you know, I didn't peak at high school.
No, you did not. Well,
Can I just talk about Santi for just a moment?
Sure.
Because I have
this whole interview could be about Santi, and I would be totally happy.
I've adopted children for me later in life, and it's been such a life shift. How has your life changed since he stepped into it?
I mean, obviously in every way, but probably the biggest way is that he's the center of the universe now. Where before, you know, we had our career and we had our partners, or we had, you know, things to do. And now he's the center of the universe. And it makes everything actually a lot easier in life. Like, it makes it easier for me to say no to things. It makes it easier for me to schedule days and weeks and you know, work. Everything is centered around him and his needs and his priorities, that it's actually, for me, makes life a lot easier.
How has he changed you?
You know what? I have way more anxiety about the world. About the world.
What's ahead, yeah.
Like, I've always been philanthropic. I've always been an activist and an advocate, and I always believe what I've read and said on stages, and now there's like this urgency to make the world a better place. It's given me this urgency in my activism, in my philanthropy, in like, we gotta fix some stuff, right?
All of the goodness in you came from your upbringing, all the goodness.
My family.
I'm trying to picture in this family of overachievers, really.
Yeah.
I mean, you grew up with some just A+
women.
Yeah. I mean, no kidding.
Specifically women, yeah.
So tell me about that upbringing for you.
It's so funny, I'm like the disappointment in my family, if you could believe that. Because it's like, oh, she's the actor. I'm like, well, I'm accomplishing some good stuff, I think. No, but I come from a family of educators. I come from a family of independent women. I come from a family that really values intelligence and resourcefulness and discipline. And so I am very grounded in that upbringing. I don't really know any other way to be, or any other dynamic in a family, other than being selfless, because everything revolved around my older sister who had special needs. Could we go to Disneyland? We can't go because Lisa can't endure the ride. Or can we go to dinner at this place? Well, we can't go because Lisa probably won't, you know, last for the whole dinner. And like, everything was, can Lisa go? Can Lisa do it? And growing up that way makes you selfless in everything you do, but really put me in somebody else's shoes.
Did you feel protective of her? In what ways did you try to protect her? Do you remember?
100 times.
Yeah.
100 times. And I was a feisty. If you think I'm feisty now, like, you should have seen 8-year-old Eva. I was fit to be tied. I remember, you know, my mom wanted her to have a very normal high school experience, and she had to be integrated into a mainstream high school. She used to be in a segregated high school where it was all special needs, and it was great for her, but then she had to be integrated into mainstream school. My mom was terrified. My mother was like, oh, people are gonna be mean to her, I don't know. And but my mom's like, she's gonna have a normal high school experience. My mom bought her a Letterman, she bought her the graduation ring, you know, she was in basketball and she was in cheerleaders. And one day she came home without her Letterman.
Her jacket?
Without her Letterman jacket. Yeah, and my mom was like, where's your Letterman jacket? And it had been stolen. Somebody stole it off her body. And I was like 9, and I was like ready to go to this high school and find whoever took my sister's Letterman jacket. And I said, Lisa, who stole your jacket? And she said, somebody who must have been cold.
Somebody who must have been cold?
And I was like, ugh. Like, she didn't think it was a mean person. She thought, oh, somebody must have needed it more than me.
She did.
And so she's taught me a lot about compassion and putting yourself in other people's shoes. And she was like, there's no bad person in the world. There's just people who make bad decisions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How wise is she?
My special needs sister teaching me this. Yeah.
Wow. It's interesting when you think about your upbringing, because obviously people look at you and they think you are Mexican American. So I was looking back and I was like, how did your family talk to you about where you were from and what you were about?
It was ingrained in us.
Yeah.
My dad, if I still go home today for dinner, he'd be like, and you know where we came from. Yes, Dad, I know where we came from. There was a very strong sense of where we came from.
Yes.
And remembering it and honoring it and celebrating it. And so I've always felt very proud to be Mexican. but I was in the United States. And so there's just such a straddling that you have to do in identity when you're Mexican American. I always say I'm Texican.
Texican?
There's a lot of
Did you grow up right on the border?
I grew up in Texas, South Texas.
South Texas.
Yeah.
I loved a story you told about when it was very easy to cross over the border and how your dad sort of explained the long line.
We used to go across the border all the time when we were little. We would go for lunch. My parents would go for a margarita. We'd go buy candy. We'd go by ourselves. It was just such a porous process. You just go and come and come and go. And all we had to do when we crossed back was say U.S. citizen. And I thought that was a magic word. I thought it was, a secret. And so I asked my dad, I said, and I saw the long line of people waiting to cross. And I said, Dad, do they not know the magic word? And my dad was one that taught me it definitely is a magic word. Like the luck that we had to be born in this country, by this invisible line and border. They're definitely magic words.
Wow.
U.S. citizen.
So when you told your family that you wanted to try acting, were they like, go girl, or were they like, no, we're not doing that?
Well, I didn't grow up wanting to be an actress. I went to college. So I graduated with my bachelor's degree, and I said, I think I'm going to be an actor. And because
Why did you say that? Like, what made you?
No, it was a long process, but what happened was I was in my senior year in college, and I ran out of money. I had my Pell Grant ran out, my financial aid ran out. I had 5 jobs. I could not pay my senior year. I just was like, I'm at the finish line, and I can't pay it. My family couldn't pay it, and so a girlfriend of mine said, you should join the scholarship pageant. And it was a beauty pageant, but it was called the scholarship pageant. And she's like, yeah, if you win, you get like tuition and books and room and board and stipend. And so I was looking at the prize list, and if I had gotten 4th place, I could have my books covered. And I said, okay, if I could just get 4th place, that's all I wanted, because then I was gonna patchwork the rest. Okay, that'll pay for my books, and then my other job will pay for this one class, and then I was trying to figure out how I was gonna pay for my senior year. And then I ended up winning the pageant. And then in this prize package was a trip to Los Angeles. And so I arrive in LA with palm trees and
you were like,
all these people, and I was like, this is so beautiful. And I said, I think I'm gonna try this. And my mom said, well, you could get a job because I had my degree. And she's like, you could work anywhere. You have your education. I said, okay. So I felt confident. I was like, I'm gonna be fine. And within 2 days, had a job. I went to a temp agency. I got a job there. I went to go be a temp because I was like, I can type, I can I can answer phones, I can do a lot of things. And they hired me. They're like, oh, you should work here. And so I ended up being a headhunter and pursuing acting.
When you hit it in Hollywood, which is, for some people, and look, only a few people get it. We watch the Oscars and say, wow, look at all these people, but only a few people get to have a magic moment like you had, and that you will continue to have. To have that moment on Desperate Housewives, to be at the top, what was life like when it was at its best, when everything was at its peak?
At its
when
peak.
It came to
Not at its best, but at its peak.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Because it was a different time.
Yeah.
It was the golden age of television. That's how old I am now. It was a really fun moment in television history. Not only Desperate Housewives, it was Desperate Housewives, Grey's Anatomy, Lost. Like, we revitalized the network at the time, and scripted TV. And Desperate Housewives was a dramedy, so it was kind of different, and it was odd, and it was weird, and it was great. But when I moved to Hollywood, I was an extra for 2 years, and then I got 1 line, and then I got 3 lines, and then I got 5 lines, and then I got a part, and so I really had touched every rung of the ladder. Like, by the time I got Desperate Housewives, it wasn't a surprise to me. I think it was a surprise to the world because nobody had heard my name, but I had been working towards this moment.
Yeah.
And I was like, I deserve this moment. I worked very hard for this moment.
That's big, I think.
Yeah.
I think not having any imposter syndrome, I didn't go to acting school, not having any of that.
No. I was like, I prepared for this opportunity. Of course I should get it. And not in an ego way, and not in a narcissistic way. That's not at all. I'm just saying I wasn't discovered at Starbucks. You know what I mean? Like, I was an extra stealing toilet paper to get by, okay? And stealing bananas from craft services to eat and live in Hollywood. And so by the time Desperate Housewives came along, I was very solid in who I was, in what I wanted. And it was overnight in the sense of press and like household name and things like that. So I never changed, but everything around me changed.
Got it. Yeah.
Like, I remember when they said we were going to be on Oprah, and I was like, "We're gonna be on Oprah!" Like, it was just like, that's amazing. I'm going to be on the cream couch. What am I going to wear? But I savored every first. My first upfronts in New York, my first press interview, my first Golden Globes, my first, red carpet, my first time somebody gifted me something. Remember, they gifted me shoes, and I was like, I can keep these. You would have thought I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. But I remember Helen Hunt told me that, and I had met her somewhere, and she said, remember this moment because there's not going to be another moment like a hit TV show. She said even her Oscar didn't compare to Mad About You. Yeah, she said the birth of a hit is different. It just lands differently, and you're living in people's houses every week, and there's just something special about that. And she told me that, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna remember every moment. So I was really grateful for the opportunity, but I was prepared for it.
So you're riding high, everything is great. Meantime, you're like, you know what? I think I'm going to get my master's. So I think I'm going to start studying all over again. Usually when you're at the top and you're like riding high, you're not thinking about what's my master's going to be. What made you decide that was the time you wanted to start studying?
Well, my mom bothering me about it because everybody in my family had a master's degree, and she's like, well, you're the only one. I was like, well, I think I'm doing okay, Mom. And yeah, looking back, I don't think, if I knew what I knew now, I wouldn't have gotten it because it was so hard.
How were you jamming in your studies?
I went to night school. So I would be on set every day, and then at 7 o'clock I'd get out of set and I'd drive to night school from 7 to 10:30 at night. And so I'd only have it Monday, Wednesday, Thursdays. Other than that, like that's like, yeah, that was a trek, but like it's all encompassing.
Yeah.
Like the studying and the you know, the difference between a master's degree and an undergraduate degree is it's very specialized and it's very intense in a subject. But what led me to, also, other than my mother bothering me about getting a master's, was I was doing a lot of advocacy, and I had a big platform, and people would invite me to so many things and come and give a keynote and come and give a speech, and they would write this talking points for me, or they would give me the facts, and I would look at the facts, and then I'd write a speech based on these facts, and then I would look at the facts, and I was like, wait, is this true? And I was constantly asking why, and I wanted to be more articulate and well-read, you know, literate about what I was.
What subject did you get your master's in?
Chicano Studies, which is Mexican-American history in the United States. And I thought, I have a lot of questions, and I just want to understand where we've been so I can help my community go to where we need to be. And so that's what really inspired me to go back.
What did your master's degree give you that you didn't have before you earned it?
I think in my advocacy and my political activism that I wasn't just a dumb actress. You know, a lot of people are like, shut up and act. You know, you're an actress, what do you know? And I'm like, well, you're a dentist. Why don't you shut up and do teeth? You know, like we're all citizens. Like we should all participate in democracy. And so I did feel like I had to work a little harder to prove to people that we all should have an interest, and a vested interest in what this country does and looks like for everybody. When I did get the microphone and the platform that I have, I was getting invitations, hundreds by the week, of, you know, save the dolphins in Japan, and AIDS in Africa, and you know, this thing is happening in Thailand, we gotta go. And I was like, yes, oh my God, that's important. The environment, like everything's important. And I realized I could do anything, but I couldn't do everything. And I wasn't really making an impact in any of them. I was like going to this event, I was going to that event, and it wasn't until I was getting my master's that I was like, I really need to figure out where I'm gonna have effective, sustainable change, even if it's with one family, even if it's with one person. And that's when I started the Eva Longoria Foundation, focusing on Latinas, because I knew I wanted to help my community, and I wanted to help the women of my community. You know, Latinos are the fastest growing demographic in the United States, and it's the women driving that growth. It's the women who are the CEOs of their household. They make the financial decisions, the educational decisions, the healthcare decisions. And so it was important for me to prepare that specific group for the future jobs of America, for this country, for the world. And so that's why I decided to zero in on Latinas. We're a pretty special group.
Yeah, I like that saying. It's like, don't go wide, go deep. Find one thing instead of trying to.
I got to do one thing really well.
A lot of people who get to the top of the mountain are happy and they just pack their bags and go. You're like, you're coming up here with me. I want you to come up here with me. Your foundation is about that upward motion.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was just such movement of like leaning in, you know, lean in. And I was like, no, reach back. Like, you've got to pull people with you, and you can't just keep moving forward by yourself. You've got to look back, and you've got to say, who else is behind me? Keep the door open. Let everybody in. And so that's what the foundation does, is really helping Latinas specifically reach their full potential. And it's a big idea, but like when you just telling people you believe in their potential is huge. And then giving them the infrastructure and the tools to reach that potential.
Yeah.
It's like,
Because confidence is something that you got when you were young, and that's been in you, which is why you're here. And it is an interesting thing. You're like, I want to help you too. You're not sure you can do it, but I believe you can do it.
Or people want permission, right? They go, I want to do this, I just don't know if I can. And you go, I give you permission. Do you need somebody here to say you need permission to be great? I give you permission to be great. Go and be great. And then they feel like, okay, I can.
I can do this.
Yeah.
Do you, I mean, you inspire people, you're inspiring me. So do you hear from people who say, because I saw that, because you did that, because you spoke here, will you tell me, I know you don't like to talk about that stuff, but just anything, it doesn't have to be as specific, but just the feeling of like that.
So gosh, a lot of times, so many times, and I get so many wonderful, beautiful people that come up to me in restaurants or somewhere random. I was like in Dubai, and some Chicana Mexican American came up to me and she's like, I'm studying here because you spoke at Harvard and you said to travel, like travel the world while you're young, right? Before kids, like travel the world, go experience different cultures. And she told me that. She's like, and I'm here because of you. I was like, well, Dubai's a little far, but I'm glad you're here.
Glad you did it.
But, in my activism, I've had a lot of people off the streets, waiters and valet and all sorts of people who just come up and they say, thank you for fighting for me. And then I go, oh. And then you're just reminded why you're doing it. They feel like they don't have a voice. I'm not speaking for them, but I encourage them to speak for themselves. And I think that's super rewarding.
So you decided you were going to learn Spanish. It wasn't spoken in your house, but you were going to learn it. Yeah. When did you decide to learn it, and what was that process like for you?
Hard. But you know what? My second language is French because of my husband at the time was French. And so I learned French, and I was speaking French, and I was fluent in French, and I would do interviews in French. And then when I would do press, people go, right, but you're going to do an interview in Spanish, right? And I would be terrified. I would be like, I don't speak that well. And so it was because of that. Like, I wasn't feeling Mexican enough. Like, I felt a little bit of a fraud. Like, I was like, I'm Mexican, I don't speak Spanish. I'm proud to be Mexican, but I don't speak Spanish. And language is such a big part of culture. Language is really an entryway into understanding a culture in its entirety. But at the same time, I don't think people need to feel less than if they don't speak their native tongue. I think you can still have, like I did. I had such ties to being Mexican, even though I didn't speak. And so I just had this sudden urge to, like, I need to speak Spanish. I need to speak Spanish. And I was 40 when I started.
Wow.
And now I'm fluent because I live in Mexico City. But it's been 10 years of learning. It was a journey when it was hard, but it's been one of the greatest accomplishments of my life is to be able to do an interview in Spanish, to talk in Spanish, to argue politics in Spanish. Like, I feel like now I can.
You got the hang of it?
Now I got the hang of it. I'll still make mistakes, but I don't care.
Cool. So you don't stop. That's your life. Look, you are directing this film, which I am excited about. Just first of all, just tell me about it.
It's a biopic.
Yes.
It's the true story of Richard Montanez, who had a huge hand in developing the #1 snack in the world, which is the Flaming Hot Cheeto.
Of course.
And he was a Mexican janitor who worked at the factory and spent 42 years at PepsiCo working his way up, and it's really a movie exploring the theme of how opportunity is not distributed equally. Everybody can have talent, but not everybody gets the opportunity. And he really faced a lot of adversity in his life that said, no, ideas don't come from people like you.
Like you. God.
Or, no, that job isn't for somebody who looks like you. And he always was like, but why not? But why not? But why not? And so his tenacity and drive is so inspiring and motivational. Like, this is not the history of the Cheeto. This is the story of Richard Montanez, and it's beautiful.
I love that you chose that. Was that a layup when you learned about it? You're like, that's the one.
That's the one.
You can tell.
Everybody goes, how did you find this story? I said, no, this story found me. And it was one of the few times that I read something and I said, only I can do that. I am the one that's going to bring this story. I have to do it. And so my agent was like, you should go in on it. You're not going to get the job. Not because she didn't believe in me. Yeah. She was just like, look, you haven't done a feature. You don't really have the body of work to prove you can do this story. And I said, well, I don't have the body of work until I do the movie. And so I basically, like acting, I auditioned and told them my vision and pitched them my ideas and showed them everything I wanted to do and how I wanted to bring his story to life. And they finally hired me to do it, and then we did the movie.
That's what you do. Yeah. You don't ever stop. That's why you're sitting here.
Yeah.
You're like, they said no. So here's what I did. I mean, so far, that's like your thing.
They said I couldn't get a job.
No.
So I did a different pitch.
So then I went ahead and I got it.
I got an idea. It's a spicy chip. It's gonna change everything. It will save our factory. And you're a janitor. No, hang on.
I said, I want to make a movie that makes people leave the theater feeling inspired, feeling like they should have a conversation about what are they scared of and what can I accomplish, what can I conquer? And that's the movie we made. It's going to make people feel really good in a time where I think people need to feel good.
People do. And lastly, is there a quote or a mantra or something that you live by that is kind of front and center for you? I know you've got
so
a lot.
many. I have so many. Give me my iPhone. I have a list. No, but probably the one I love most, and it's probably my daily guide is Maya Angelou, and she says, people will forget what you did, they're going to forget what you said, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And I never forgot that.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
I feel good.
Oh, good. That makes me feel good.
Oh, I feel good.